But I am going to the Dragon Eye Lake from here because of some preparations that I want to make before Vademon fades away. Preparations for the next lifespan. This is something that could be done with any Digimon. There's nothing particular about Vademon. You know, the Digimon that you've got doesn't have any impact. But I'm heading to the Dragon Eye Lake for some preparations. I would like to use my meats to catch black trouts, and I would like to use those black trouts to catch Digi-Sea Basses. But I am going to be doing a lot of fishing, and I hope that you're not wanting me to do it all in one visit, because that's not how I plan on doing things. I've come here specifically when my Digimon wants to sleep, and I've got 50 black trouts, half of the highest amount that I could possibly have. Then I then I sleep and save so that that progress is safe. Then I use my remaining meats on the black trouts. There were some unsuccessful catches, and because of that I have 95 black trouts instead of 99. But I'm going to return to the Dragon Eye Lake on the following day and catch the remaining black trouts and then use them to catch Digi-Sea Basses. I came when Vademon wanted to sleep because I wanted to go halfway with the black trouts and then be able to save my progress, and then finish with the black trouts. If I didn't have any unsuccessful catches, then I would have caught 99 black trouts, but 95 is what I was restricted to. And I'm also going to be heading to the secret item shop in Gear Savannah as well. But when it's tomorrow, I will come to the Dragon Eye Lake, and again it would be at the time in which Vademon wants to sleep, and I will catch the remaining black trouts. I will catch 50 Digi-Sea Basses, then I will sleep, save, that will be my progress safe, and then after sleeping I can then catch the remaining Digi-Sea Basses. And the preparations for tomorrow is to have 99 Digi-Sea Basses. I want to have 99 Digi-Sea Basses in my inventory when Vademon fades away, and we can use those Digi-Sea Basses to our advantage in our next lifespan. I already know which Digi-Egg I would like to pick when Vadermon does fade away, and when I've chosen the pink egg, apart from when Digivolve into Kunamon, I've always Digivolved to Palmon, and I've said sorry to you viewers in case there are any Betamon lovers who want me to Digivolve to Betamon. They want me to have Betamon as my Digimon. And the pink egg is an egg that I'm only half done with because of the fact that I've Digivolved to half of the potential rookie Digimon that you can Digivolve to from the pink egg. I've Digivolved to Palmon but not Betamon, and therefore I'm only half done with that egg, whereas the green egg and yellow egg I'm fully done with as far as the rookie Digimon are concerned, because I've Digivolved to both Agumon and Gabumon, as well as both Patamon and Biomon. I know I'm not done with the eggs if you account for champion Digivolutions, but just focusing on the rookie Digivolutions and putting Kunamon aside, and focusing on the 8 natural rookie Digimon, the pink egg is an egg that I'm only half done with because I haven't had Betamon yet, and there might be Betamon lovers who are not happy about the way that I haven't yet Digivolved to Betamon, and I would like to say to you that in the next lifespan I am going to finish with an egg. So I'm going to naturally Digivolve to a rookie Digimon who you haven't seen yet. I will be finishing with an egg that I'm currently only half done with, and I just wanted to mention that now so that you are aware. Okay, we've finished the leftover bit of work that we had from yesterday. And I would like to return to the secret item shop in Gear Savannah, because my giant meats were put into the item bank. I want to have another 99 giant meats in my inventory. I ran out of regular meat from the 95 black trouts that I caught, but I already had 99 meats in the item bank. I took those out and caught the remaining black trouts, and when Vadermon wants to sleep, I can go back to the Dragon Eye Lake to turn the black trouts into Digi Sea Basses. As for my meat, the leftover meat I've got can go into the item bank. I can then continue to take meat from Tainomon. I can add it to the meat in the item bank so that I end up with 99 meats in the item bank, and I can then continue to be given meat by Tainomon, and then I can fill up my inventory with meats. And I didn't want to get into a battle. Or range beam would have been a much better technique to have used in that battle, but how was I to know that I was going to get into an unintended battle? And this time tomorrow, things should be looking very good regarding food items, if I manage to get done everything that I'm hoping to get done. I'm thinking best case scenario, which is what I'm aiming for. This time tomorrow, 99 black trouts, 99 giant meats. Well, 99 giant meats in the item bank, plus however many giant meats I've got in my inventory. I would expect it to be close to 99. And then also hopefully have close to 99 meats, and continue to get meat from Tainomon. I don't want to go to the Dragon Eye Lake until Vadermon wants to sleep. As my general tactic, or technique, whatever you want to call it, with the Dragon Eye Lake, is to go there with 99 meats when my Digimon wants to sleep, catch 50 black trouts, sleep save, catch the remaining 49 black trouts, return to the city, and then save at Digimon's house, and then at a later point in time go back to the Dragon Eye Lake when my Digimon again wants to sleep, catch 50 Digi Sea Basses, sleep, save, catch the other 49 Digi-Sea-Basses, return to the city and save in Digimon's house. And if Digi-Sea-Basses are something that I'm going to continually need throughout a challenge, then what I like to do is go to the Dragon Eye Lake once my number of Digi-Sea-Basses in my inventory has fallen under 50, and go when my Digimon wants to sleep, catch the number of black trouts that I will need, sleep, save, catch the number of Digi-Sea-Basses that I will need, return to the city, save. I don't like to just go to the Dragon Eye Lake and catch 99 in one go. It is a time-consuming thing, and I do worry about something going wrong, like the game freezing or there being a power cut or something. So that's why I try to sort of break it up and save sort of midway between catching 99 of a certain fish, and this is achieved by going to the Dragon Eye Lake when my Digimon wants to sleep. I've got black trouts as my first item in the inventory, so when I go fishing and go to select an item, the 99 black trouts will be first, so I can pick them straight away. Ideally, there won't be any unsuccessful catches. If there are, and I lose black trouts, then I'll have to use meat to catch more black trouts and replace the black trouts that I would have lost. I suspect Vadermon will probably live until he's about 20, which is older than how old an Ultimate Digimon would normally be when it fades away. But you have to remember the sea basses that I gave to Garulamon would have increased our lifespan by over a day, and if we would have faded away when we were 18 or 19, then that's probably changed, and I think we'll probably fade away when we're about 20. $50 Digi-Sea-Basses, 49 black trouts, 98 giant meats. I think 98 was the number of meats that we had when we came here. $99 Digi-Sea-Basses, 0 black trouts because they all got used, and still 98 meats, as well as 96 giant meats and 55 Digimushrooms. None of those Digi-Sea-Basses are to be used in this lifespan. They are to be used in the next lifespan. And what does that tell you about my intentions with my next lifespan? Well, I think it says one of two things. Either I want my weight to be high for some reason, either to help with fulfilling the requirements for certain Digivolutions, or to help with avoiding the requirements for certain Digivolutions, or maybe I'm looking to prolong my Digimon's lifespan, and that would point to the idea that maybe I'm going to be thinking about trying to maximise my stats in the next lifespan. You need time in order to get maximum stats, unless you... Well, if you're going to get maximum stats by training, then you're going to need a lot of time, more than how much you would naturally get. And mountains of Digi-Sea-Basses can certainly prove to be useful there. The only way that you wouldn't need to extend your lifespan is if you've got loads and loads of item chips, or if you've got Digitamamon recruited so that you can take advantage of the Digitamamon glitch, where it's possible to go to the restaurant when Digitamamon is there, while your Digimon wants to eat, and then if you eat at his restaurant, then there's a glitch where it's possible to just keep eating and eating and eating, and it is I think it's random which stats get increased when you eat at the restaurant. I think sometimes it's HP, attack and speed, and sometimes it's MP, defense and brains, but sometimes it's all 6 stats, HP, MP, attack, defense, speed and brains, and you can maximise your stats by repeatedly eating at the restaurant when Digitamamon is there, but we don't have the restaurant because we only have 1 prosperity point and we're not allowed to exceed that. We have limited item chips, which will certainly make a difference, but apart from that, I'm pretty sure that stats need to come from training, and to maximise your stats from training, you are going to need time. You are going to need to extend, or greatly extend, your Digimon's lifespan. And Digi-Sea-Basses are very useful in that department. I've got 2 meats in my inventory, but 99 in the item bank, and I can continue to be given meat by Tainamon. I've got 99 giant meats in the item bank, and over 90 giant meats in my inventory. But in the next lifespan, regular food items are things that you are not going to be seeing much of, because in my next lifespan my Digimon are pretty much going to have a Digi-Sea Bass diet, where they live off Digi-Sea Basses and don't eat anything, well, pretty much don't eat anything other than Digi-Sea Basses. Vadermon is 20, he wants to sleep. He will wake up in the second half of tomorrow, and I think there's a fair chance that he will fade away on the very next hour. Is this the end of our alien companion? Yes, it is. Vadermon is to make way for our next Digimon, and I did specifically say that I would be finishing with an egg and Digivolving to a rookie that I haven't had yet. It's just a shame for you Betamon lovers that the blue egg is the egg that I was talking about. We are going to be finishing with the rookie Digimon that come from the blue egg, because we are going to be Digivolving to Electmon in this lifespan, and that will mean that we have all of the rookie Digimon from the green egg, yellow egg and blue egg. It will just leave the pink egg, which we are halfway with. We've already had Kunamon, so we currently have 7 of the 9 rookies, but Electmon would make it 8 of 9. My Digimon wants to eat, and I feed it a Digi-Sea Bass. So its diet is going to be different, its weight is going to be higher, it will probably get sick quite a few times, but I've got medicine to see to that. And every Digi-Sea Bass that I give to my Digimon is adding on an extra 3 hours to its lifespan, and by starting at the very beginning and giving Digi-Sea Basses to my Digimon whenever it wants to eat, and using Digi-Sea Basses as my main food item, I can see to avoiding care mistakes and maintaining happiness and discipline, and extending my lifespan by 3 hours for every Digi-Sea Bass that I use, that equates to an extra day from 8 Digi-Seabasses. That would be 10 days from 80 Digi-Seabasses, 11 days from 88, 12 days from 96. So we're looking at an extra 12 days or more added to my Digimon's lifespan if I feed all 99 Digi-Seabasses to my Digimon the way that I'm currently going about it. And my preference was to do things this way, where I feed Digi-Seabasses to my Digimon when it wants to eat, so I'm not force-feeding my Digimon. I'm satisfying my Digimon's appetite, I'm avoiding care mistakes, having a positive impact on my happiness and discipline, and extending my Digimon's lifespan. This is the lifespan where I will try to maximise my stats, get all 6 of my stats up to the maximum amount, and hope that it will be possible to achieve maximum stats and thus obtain the medal that you obtain when you get all 6 of your stats up to the maximum. I am to spend most of my time training to try and get the best possible stats. I am to Digivolve to Rookie, Champion, and then Ultimate to get an extra 4 days on my lifespan, as well as stat boosts every time I Digivolve. There are item chips in the item bank waiting to be used. If I would fade away at the age of 18, the Digi-Seabasses should extend my lifespan to 30. If I would fade away at the age of 19, then the Seabasses should extend my age to 31. If that is enough in order to reach maximum stats, then great. And if it's not enough, then I'll have to catch more Digi-Seabasses. And yeah, my Digimon is going to have a Seabass diet. Digi-Seabasses are to be used as my main food items. I've got the Digivolution guide in front of me. It would seem that out of attack, defense, speed and brains, having attack or speed as the superior stat will equal Electmon, whereas having defense or brains as the superior stat will equal Penguinmon. My attack and speed are both higher than defense and brains. Attack is the superior stat, or the most superior stat, followed by speed. They are the 2 stats for Electmon. So when I Digivolve, as long as my highest stat is either attack or speed, then it should be Agumon that I Digivolve to. He is a rookie Digimon who I've not Digivolved to before, and I am able to Digivolve from Agumon to a champion Digimon who I haven't yet had in this challenge. I should be able to Digivolve the whole way, you know, Digivolve to an ultimate, and it's intended to all be natural Digivolutions in this lifespan. And as I Digivolve, I can go over the Digivolution guide just to make you aware of all the different possible Digivolutions and all of the different variables when it comes to you know, requirements and all stuff like that. Okay, we are Digivolving. It is Agumon. And that means that we've now had every baby Digimon, every in-training Digimon, and all but one of the rookie Digimon. I know that we're not done with Ultimates yet, and we're certainly not done with Champions. But I've got the rookie Digimon that I wanted, and there are 4 possible natural Digivolutions, and all 4 of them are for champion Digimon that I don't think I've had yet. Leomon, Agumon, Barkamon, and Kokatorimon. Going over the requirements, starting with Leomon. The stat requirement is 100 attack, 100 speed, and 100 brains. The care mistake requirement is a maximum of 1. The weight requirement is 15 to 25, and one of the bonus conditions is to have a minimum of 35 techniques. When it comes to weight, usually, well, when it comes to Digivolving from a rookie Digimon to a champion Digimon, I find that when it comes to fulfilling weight requirements, usually the biggest problem I have is that my weight is too low, and you know, not high enough to match the requirement, and sometimes, you know, force feeding can be needed, but with me using Digi-Sea-Basses as my main food item, and the fact that Digi-Sea-Basses boost your weight by 4, whereas meat only boosts your weight by 1, and giant meat only boosts your weight by 2, I think it's plausible that my weight is going to be higher in this lifespan, and that might make it easier to fulfill the intended weight requirements, or it could be that I might actually end up getting my weight too high, and that is a problem on its own. It's a problem that I have encountered when trying to digivolve from champion to ultimate, but I don't think I've had it when trying to digivolve from rookie to champion. But this is the lifespan where it is most likely to be that way. I imagine that my weight currently probably is within the range of 15 to 25. I obviously have the bonus condition because of all the techniques I've got. Currently, I don't think I've had any care mistakes with Agumon, and my attack, speed and brains are all over 100, whereas defense is under 100. So I think at the moment I'm fulfilling all 4 of the requirements for Leomon, and without revealing what champion Digimon I am aiming for, or at least not revealing it just yet, I will look at the other requirements. There's Agumon. The stat requirement is 1000 MP and 100 brains. I've got the brains. I don't think I've got the MP. No, but my MP's not far away. The care mistake requirement is 0 care mistakes, a requirement that I am fulfilling. The weight requirement is the same as Leomon, 15 to 25. One of the bonus conditions is to have a minimum of 35 techniques. So currently that's the bonus condition, care mistake requirement, and probably the weight requirement as well, which would be enough, I think, to digivolve to Agumon. Barkamon, the stat requirement is just 1000 MP. The care mistake requirement is a minimum of 3. The weight requirement is also 15 to 25, and the bonus condition is a minimum of 28 techniques. We don't currently have the stat requirement or the care mistake requirement. We might fulfill the weight requirement, and definitely will fulfill the bonus condition. And then that leaves Kokatorimon. The stat requirement is 1000 HP. The care mistake requirement is the same as Barkamon, minimum of 3. The weight requirement is higher, it's 25 to 35. One of the bonus conditions is to have a minimum of 28 techniques. As things stand, I don't think I've got the stat requirement, and I definitely don't have the care mistake requirement. I do definitely have the bonus condition, and by the time Electmon is ready to Digivolve, I might have the weight requirement as well. But 2 requirements alone won't be enough. Well, now I would like to reveal that the Digimon that I'm aiming for is Leomon. And if I go back to his requirements, we've got the stats, the care mistakes, and the bonus condition. I'm not so sure about the weight, but if we maintain the care mistake requirement, which we are capable of, as well as maintaining the stat requirement and bonus condition, which we definitely will, then that will be 3 requirements fulfilled. And I think there's a good chance that the weight wouldn't matter in such a case. In 15 to 25, that's the weight requirement for all of the Digimon apart from Kokatorimon. You know, I can afford to not fulfill the weight requirement for Leomon and still fulfill the 3 other requirements for Leomon, and at the same time fulfill less than 3 of the requirements for any of the other Digimon. Even if I get the weight requirement for Kokatorimon along with the bonus condition, if my HP stays under 1000 and if my care mistakes stay under 3, then I'll only fulfill 2 of the requirements for Kokatorimon. I'm just looking at Agumon because I know I've currently got the care mistake requirement for him as well as the bonus condition, but I won't have the stat requirement for as long as my MP is under 1000. And I think 1000 MP was also the requirement for Barkamon. So it's looking like it would be wise to keep MP under 1000. Yeah, not the stats for Agumon, not the weight for Agumon. The bonus condition and the care mistake. Well, it looks like it would probably be a good idea not to have the weight requirement for Leomon, because if I was to have the weight requirement for Leomon, then I'd also have the weight requirement for Agumon, and that would mean fulfilling 3 requirements for Agumon. The way it's going at the moment, I think there's a good chance that my weight will be too high for any of the requirements. I think my weight... the way it's going, it's looking like I won't fulfill the weight requirement for any of the Digimon because my weight will be too high. And honestly, that's okay, because I'll still have 3 requirements for Leomon, and it will rule out one of the requirements for all of the other Digimon who are unwanted Digimon. And as long as I don't have all of the other requirements for them, there shouldn't be any risk of me digivolving to them. We've established that I've got the bonus condition for all Digimon, but my MP is ruling out Barkamon and Angemon. I think my HP is ruling out Kokatorimon. I think my care mistakes are ruling out Barkamon and Kokatorimon. So it's all looking pretty good at the moment. A single care mistake would rule out Angemon, but not rule out Leomon. And then that means that 1000 MP wouldn't result in Angemon. And we are digivolving, so I probably don't need to consider MP anymore because I'm no longer able to train any stats while I have Alepmon as my Digimon. We are moving on, and Leomon is my champion Digimon, and he was the Digimon that I was aiming for. And if I go back to Alepmon and look at the possible Digivolutions, well, look at the champion Digimon that Alepmon can digivolve to, and then look at the ultimate Digimon that those champion Digimon can digivolve to, leaving Leomon until last. Angemon can digivolve to Andromon and Phoenixmon. We've had both of those ultimate Digimon in this challenge. Barkamon can digivolve to Skullgreymon and Guromon. We've had both of them. Kokatorimon can digivolve to Phoenixmon and Pixiemon. We've had both of those Digimon. Leomon can digivolve to Andromon and Mumemon. We've had both of those ultimate Digimon. So the point I'm making is that when I had Alepmon as my Digimon, it would seem that it wasn't possible to digivolve to, well, eventually digivolve to an ultimate Digimon that I haven't yet had. I was able to Digivolve to a champion Digimon that I haven't yet had. In this case it was Leomon, and I can Digivolve to an ultimate, but it's not going to be a new ultimate, and that's not a problem. This was something that I knew I would encounter. The number of champion Digimon in this game is a lot higher than the number of ultimate Digimon in this game, and therefore it was inevitable that there would come a point in which there would be champion Digimon who I would still need to Digivolve to, who wouldn't be able to Digivolve to any ultimate Digimon that I haven't already had. And so, I would be able to Digivolve to a new Digimon by Digivolving from Rookie to Champion, but I wouldn't be able to Digivolve to a new Ultimate Digimon. This was always going to happen. If I wasn't aiming for maximum stats in this lifespan, then my intention would be to avoid fulfilling 3 requirements for both Ultimate Digimon, so try to avoid Digivolving to an Ultimate and try to simply stay as a champion Digimon and fade away as quickly as possible so that I could move on to the next lifespan. But it's a bit different here and now because I want to try and max out my stats in this lifespan. So I will Digivolve to an Ultimate to give me a stat boost and extension on my lifespan. But in the future, if I have a champion Digimon who can't Digivolve to an Ultimate that I haven't already had, then the intention would be to avoid Digivolving to the Ultimate Digimon and for the champion Digimon to fade away as quickly as possible so I can be done with the lifespan and move on to the next lifespan and try to get new Digimon. Fulfilling the champion Digimon is going to take the longest because of the fact that there are more champion Digimon than any other Digimon. We've already sorted the baby Digimon and in training Digimon. The rookie Digimon are almost there, the ultimate Digimon are almost there, and I imagine that the rookie Digimon and ultimate Digimon will both be done before the champion Digimon are done, and there will be lifespans where I'm just Digivolving to champion Digimon and then trying to fade away. Leomon's possible Digimon, Andromon, the stat requirement, 2000 HP, 4000 MP, 200 attack, 400 defense, 200 speed, and 400 brains. Regardless of stat requirements, if I'm going to maximize all of my stats, then it's a guarantee that I will fulfill the stat requirements for both of the ultimate Digimon. The care mistake requirement for Andromon is a maximum of 5. I'm aiming to avoid care mistakes to help with my happiness, discipline, and lifespan. So I can't see myself failing to fulfill the care mistake requirement for Andromon. The weight is 35 to 45. I think my weight might exceed the threshold of 45 because of the heaviness of the food items that I'm using. And one of the bonus conditions is a minimum of 30 techniques, so we can bank on fulfilling the bonus condition and care mistake requirement for Andromon, and eventually we will fulfill the stat requirement. The weight requirement is less certain. If our weight is not within the range of 35 to 45 when it's been long enough in order for Leomon to Digivolve, then I imagine that it will be because our weight will be too high rather than too low, and I'm basing that on the fact that that we are feeding Digi-Seabasses to our Digimon, and they boost weight by 4. The stat requirement for Andromon is not exactly outrageous. Get HP up to 2000, get attack and speed up to 200. We're already there with attack and speed, and almost there with HP, very almost there in fact. And then 4000 MP and 400 defense and brains. We're not... we do have a way to go with those stats, but we need to have Leomon for at least 6 days before he's even capable of Digivolving, and that might be enough time to fulfill the stat requirements for Andromon, and that would make it 3 out of 4 if we don't get the weight requirement. And then Mummemon. Okay, Mummemon has immediately looked impossible, because the first 2 things I saw was the care mistake requirement, which is a minimum of 15, and the weight requirement, which is 0 to 10. Well, that is enough for me to rule out Mummemon. We are not going to have the care mistakes. Our weight is going to be far too high. So there's no chance of us Digivolve into Mummemon in this lifespan. We do have the bonus condition, a minimum of 25 techniques. The stat requirement: 400 attack, 300 defense, 300 speed, 400 brains. I'm going by the stat requirements for Andromon, and attack is just 200, and speed is also just 200. And that's not good enough for Mummemon. Even if we do get the stat requirement for Mummemon, that and the bonus condition is only 2 requirements, and that's not good enough. Weight is 40. So that's the midway point of the range, 35 to 45. the way it's going, we will probably exceed the range. I think our weight will exceed 45 and continue to go up rather than down. But we can get Andromon without the weight requirement. The stats combined with the care mistakes and the bonus condition will be enough. And the bonus condition and care mistake requirement are a guarantee because of how I'm playing the game. I'm feeding Digi-Seabasses to Leomon every time he wants to eat. So there are no... we're not going to have any care mistakes come from not feeding Leomon. I'm taking him to the toilet when he needs the toilet, so no care mistakes are going to come from messing on the floor. I'm letting Leomon sleep when he wants to sleep, so we're not going to have any care mistakes linked to sleep. And even though I don't think getting tired is a care mistake, I'm also trying to avoid that by resting when I think it's necessary to. I don't think getting sick is a care mistake, so there's no issue with the Digi-Seabasses causing sickness. I'm able to treat sickness no problem. I have 99 meats in the item bank, but not in my inventory. That's why I'm trying to continue to take meat from Tainomon when possible. Try and max out the meat in my inventory. But this is pretty much the life at the moment. Train, rest, sleep, eat, speak to Tainomon. Currently, Leomon is our Digimon, but I think we will be seeing Andromon in the future. I think we will be Digivolving from Leomon to Andromon. We will get a stat boost from that and a life extension. Our life is forever being extended by the Digi-Seabasses. We do have a very long way to go with the stats, but I'm doing the best I can. I'm trying to make the most of the training that's available. Yeah, I'm trying to Digivolve all the way through to an ultimate to help with stats and lifespan, which will mean being able to spend more time training, and the Digi-Seabasses will mean being able to spend more time training. And there are also the item chips in the item bank. My plan is to try to Digivolve to Andromon before using any item chips, because I find that if your stats are low when you Digivolve to a ultimate Digimon, then you tend to get a better stat boost than if your stats are high when you Digivolve to an ultimate Digimon. figure of speech, if I have like 1000 HP when I digivolve to an ultimate, quite often the HP will go up to say 3000, and from that I would have gotten an increase of 2000 HP. But if I have like 6000 HP when I digivolve, quite often it will go up to like 6500, and that means that the stat boost would have only been 500. So I thought that it would work out better to digivolve to Andromon first before using any item chips, because I anticipated that I would end up with better stats that way. But I am aware of the item chips. I found there was the defense chip in the Great Canyon. There was an MP chip in Greylord's Mansion. There were 2 brain chips in Greylord's Mansion. There were 2 HP chips in Toy Town. A HP chip that we got from Garulamon. Trying to think if there are any others. Well, off the top of my head, that's 1500 HP, 500 MP, 50 defense, 100 brains. That will all help. MP is there, brains is very close, defense isn't far away. We're only 9 at the moment. It looks like we will have the stats for Andromon before the end of tomorrow. It looks like tomorrow will be the day in which we will reach the necessary stats for Andromon. Leomon will be 10. Probably too young to digivolve. He might digivolve later into the day tomorrow, or it might be a later day. But once I reach the stats, I'm not expecting Leomon to digivolve straight away. There's the defense. There's the brains, but we're not digivolving yet. I imagine it'll either be later today or tomorrow that we digivolve, or the day after tomorrow at the absolute latest. We've got 3 of the requirements for Andromon in the bag. We don't need to worry about our weight. we might as well continue to train. You know, get better stats. I know I said that you tend to get better stat boosts when your stats are low. If you've got like a stat that's low, then when you digivolve it tends to like increase by a larger amount than if you digivolve when you've got high stats. And that is true, I think, but nonetheless, it still works out better to train and get better stats and digivolve rather than not train and stay at bad stats and digivolve, because even though you'll get better stat boosts, you will still end up worse off. It's like if we have like 1000 HP and we leave it at 1000 and then we digivolve, it might increase by 2000, putting it up to 3000. But then if we train the HP and get it up to 4000 and then we digivolve, it might only go up by 800, putting it up to 4800, but 4800 is still better than 3000, so it still worked out better to train and get the better stats. The stat increase from digivolving was 1200 worse in the scenario that I gave, but the overall stats were still better by 1800 because of HP being 3000 better off before the digivolution had even happened. It's like you have a job that pays £50,000 a year, you then leave that job and get a job that pays £100,000 a year, you'll lose more money to tax with £100,000 a year than £50,000 a year, but you still are better off with £100,000 a year than £50,000 a year. And if you were to, quit the job where you get 50 grand a year and get a job where you get 30 grand a year, then you would lose less money to tax, but you would still be worse off, if you see what I mean. We are digivolving. Machinedramon is our Digimon. HP's 3000, MP's 5000, attack and speed are 300, defense and brains are 500. That's all of the Digivolving that we are going to be doing in this lifespan. But I will continue to train and probably get better stat boosts from training, since we now have an ultimate Digimon instead of a champion Digimon. And pretty much everything else is going to be the same, really. I'm going to continue to feed my Digimon, and the choice of food item is going to be Digi-Sea Basses. I will continue to take my Digimon to the toilet when it needs the toilet, rest if I think it's a good idea to rest, sleep when my Digimon wants to sleep, grab meat from Tainomon when the timing seems good, and there are the item chips waiting for us in the item bank. They'll put HP up to about 4,500. But if I was to give them to my Digimon here and now, then that's what would happen. Because we're going to get 1,500 HP, 500 MP, 100 brains, 50 defense. And I can't think of any other item chips, but it's all going to help. If it wasn't for me wanting to try and get maximum stats, then I would have aimed to fade away with Leomon as my Digimon. I would have aimed to avoid fulfilling 3 of the requirements for either of the ultimate Digimon that he could Digivolve to. I would have just faded away and moved on to the next life cycle, but I've done things this way because I'm trying to get the medal for maximum stats. And in the future, I will only Digivolve to an ultimate, but I will only try to Digivolve to an ultimate if it's a Digimon I've not already had. If it is a Digimon that I've had before, then I will try to not Digivolve to it and try to fade away with a champion Digimon. And obviously the aim would have been to Digivolve to a champion Digimon that I've not already had. Digivolving to certain champion Digimon might require me to Digivolve to the same rookie Digimon multiple times. It might require me to choose the same eggs and have the same baby Digimon and in training Digimon and then Digivolve to the same rookie Digimon. You know, I might have to have I might have to like repeat those Digimon over and over again, but the aim would be to Digivolve to different champion Digimon, and only Digivolve to an ultimate if I haven't already had the ultimate. Otherwise, just try to fade away as the champion Digimon. One problem is the fact that I will always fulfill the bonus condition for the ultimate Digimon, and I would only be able to afford to fulfill one of the other requirements without Digivolving. Because if I have the bonus condition and 2 others, then I would Digivolve, and it would be an unwanted Digivolution, an unhelpful Digivolution, because it would slow me down with my desire to fade away as quickly as possible. I should be able to avoid the stat requirements, but I would also have to avoid one of the others, either the care mistakes or the weight. But it's just going to be much of the same here onwards, and there really isn't much I can talk about, really. I know it's probably boring and uninteresting and, you know, tedious and repetitive, me just doing the same stuff day after day, but there isn't really anything I can do about it. You know, I was pretty much forced to do things this way. You know, there's a medal that I'm trying to get, and this is pretty much how to go about fulfilling it. But I don't really think there's much for me to comment on during the upcoming days.
おやすみ。 おやすみ。
Here I am using my last Digi-Seabass, but instead of going straight to the Dragon Eye Lake and catching more, I want to see how far I can get from here without any more Digi-Seabasses. I want to see how far I can go, and the reason for that is because I don't want to catch any more Digi-Seabasses than what's necessary. So I'm going to play on, and if I can reach maximum stats from here without the need of any more Digi-Seabasses, then fantastic. If, however, I fade away before reaching maximum stats, then I will reload from when I last saved, which would probably be when sleeping, because I save when I sleep, and I would then have to go to the Dragon Eye Lake and catch a selected number of Digi-Seabasses. Yeah, a lot of this video has just been me training Andromon. I'm sure it's been very boring. I know I could have speeded the video up like I have done with a lot of bits throughout this challenge, but since I'm, making progress towards trying to achieve the medal for obtaining maximum stats, I kind of feel like it's a bit too significant to speed up. I know that, when I've been waiting for Digimon to fade away and I've been passing the time by training and resting, I've speeded the video up, but that's not been very significant. It's just been me waiting for my Digimon to fade away. Here it's a lot more significant. I'm not just waiting for Andromon to fade away. I'm trying to get maximum stats and training very hard to try and accomplish this. And this is where the giant meats are going to be replaced by Digi Seabasses, because I can't go any further into the game without Andromon fading away. He is due to fade away on the next hour. So although I very briefly went back to feeding him giant meats, that's something that's going to be very short-lived. I need to catch Digi Seabasses, and I need to be aware of when I'm due to fade away. I need to remember that each Digi Seabass adds on 3 hours, and I need to try and be observant and get through each day with the smallest possible number of Digi Seabasses. That's just one single black trout, and all we can do with it is catch one single Digi Seabass. But with Andromon due to fade away on the next hour, I want to give him a Digi Seabass immediately. Now he's 3 hours away from fading away. So the next hour will be okay, the hour after that will be okay. But I would need to give him another Digi Seabass before the hour after that. I've got 12 black trouts. If I can exchange them for Digi Seabasses, then I should comfortably get another 2 days out of it. That's where we will leave things for now. And I highly doubt it's going to be possible to only give Digi-Seabasses to Andromon when he wants to eat. I think I am going to have to force feed him like I did with the Digi-Seabass that I gave him most recently. And the clock's just reached the next hour, which means that we are now 2 hours from fading away. When we enter the next hour, we will need to give a Digi-Seabass to Andromon before that hour ends. This is our last hour. Gonna have to force feed him because he doesn't want to eat. Add another 3 hours on. We are now 4 hours away from fading away. 3 hours. Every time you feed him a Digi-Seabass, add on 3 hours. Every time an hour passes, take away an hour. We're down to 2 hours now. This will make it 5 hours. Train once, put it down to 4 hours. Train again, put it down to 3 hours. Now we're down to 2 hours, and it can never reach 0, because that's when you will fade away. If it gets down to 0, then you're stuffed. The number is currently 2. On the next hour it will go down to 1, unless we give him a Digi-Seabass here, and put the number back up to 5. We can now afford for 4 hours to go by. Okay, the number now is 3, and this is how I keep track of how I'm doing with staying alive and the Digi-Seabasses and all stuff like that. When I wake up, I start on 0. I give them a Digi-Seabass and add 3, so I'm up to 3. And then every time an hour goes by, I lower the number by 1. I am now down to 1, so I have to use another Digi-Seabass. Can't get down to 0, because that would be when we fade away. And every time I give him a Digi-Seabass, I add on another 3, which brought it up to 4. Then we trained, which brought it down to 3. Now we're down to 2. We might not need to give him another Digi-Seabass, because I think there's a good chance that he will want to sleep on the next hour, and he's not due to fade away until the hour after the next hour. I think we give him a giant meat instead, and if he wants to sleep on the next hour, then we should sleep and then give him the next Seabass after he wakes up. That puts the number down to 0, but we won't fade away on this hour because we entered this hour by sleeping, so we will be okay. But we are due to fade away on the next hour, so a Digi-Seabass will be needed. This puts the number up to 3. The number's down to 1. We need another Digi-Seabass, and luckily for us, Agumon wants to eat, which means we don't have to force feed him. The number's up to 4 now. Okay, on this hour we're going to need to give him another Digi-Seabass. He's not signalling for food, so we'll just force feed him. Put the number back up to 4. Our discipline's not so high, so we might not be able to get away with training once more before letting our Digimon use the toilet, but that's not the end of the world. I need to rest anyway. Number is 2. This will make it 5. So we can go the next 4 hours without needing a Digi-Seabass, and we shouldn't fade away. Well, the clock's just struck a new hour, and we are now down to 1. Another Digi-Seabass is needed. 4. 3. 2. And what's that? What was that pop-up? Our stats have reached the maximum. I haven't checked the medal yet, but we were definitely presented with a medal. Agumon is due to fade away in 2 hours' time, and we welcome that with open arms. We want him to fade away. We don't need him anymore. We are done with this lifespan. We want to move on to the next. So we don't want to keep Agumon alive anymore. We want him to fade away. And I put the Digi-Seabasses into the item bank just in case they will come in handy for anything. there's no doubt he will fade away on the next hour. There you are. The pink egg is my choice of egg for this lifespan, and if I am successful with Digivolving to the rookie Digimon that I am hoping to Digivolve to, then the list for rookie Digimon on the Digivolution chart will be complete. There's only one rookie Digimon I've not had yet, who you can Digivolve to from Tainomon, who is the in-training Digimon that Euramon is going to Digivolve to. So that sounds like I'm aiming to Digivolve to Betamon, and if there really are any Betamon lovers watching this video who want to see me Digivolve to Betamon, then if I am successful with my intentions, then you will finally be granted your wish. I will stop teasing you. I am aiming to Digivolve to Betamon in this lifespan. So Euramon, Tainomon, Betamon, and the fact that I have Frigimon's Digivolution item in my inventory, which I withdrew from the item bank, has probably given away what champion Digimon I want to Digivolve to. Frigimon, a Digimon who you can naturally Digivolve to if you have Penguinmon as your rookie Digimon, but I thought it made sense to use the advantage of having a Digivolution item for Frigimon. That will result in an easier Digivolution, a faster Digivolution, and seeing as Frigimon's Digivolution item could be given to any rookie Digimon, I thought it made sense to Digivolve to the one rookie Digimon who I haven't yet had. Because I don't think it would make any difference which rookie Digimon I Digivolve to, but at least by Digivolving to Betamon, I can tick him off the list. He is the only rookie Digimon I haven't yet had. By Digivolving to him, we will be done with all of the rookie Digimon, as well as baby Digimon and in-training Digimon. But I will still continue to Digivolve from baby Digimon to in-training Digimon to rookie Digimon. And I will, Digivolve to rookie Digimon who I've already had, because I'm not done with the champion Digimon yet, and I need to Digivolve to rookie Digimon before I can Digivolve to champion Digimon. According to the Digivolution guide that I'm going by, having defense as your superior stat results in you Digivolving to Betamon, whereas having brains or speed as your superior stat results in you Digivolving to Palmon. I got the impression that higher HP possibly equals Betamon, whereas higher MP possibly equals Palmon, but that I was less sure about. But I was pretty confident that if I have defense superior to all of my other stats, then that should be enough for me to Digivolve to Betamon. But I did also ensure that HP was superior to MP, just because I thought that there could be some significance with HP and MP. I wasn't entirely sure, but I thought that there wasn't really any harm in just making sure that HP was superior to MP and defense was superior to all of my stats. And it was probably good timing to withdraw a Digivolution item for a champion Digimon. In the previous lifespan, I got all of my stats up to the maximum, and when starting with this lifespan, all of my stats were over the thresholds. HP and MP were both over 1,000, attack, defense, speed and brains were all over 100, and that would have meant that if I was to try and Digivolve naturally from a rookie Digimon to a champion Digimon, then I would fulfill the stat requirements for every champion Digimon, plus the bonus condition for every champion Digimon, and then I only would have needed one of the other requirements, either the weight requirement or the care mistake requirement, in order to fulfill 3 requirements, and I think that there would have been a risk of me fulfilling at least 3 requirements for at least one unwanted champion Digimon. But by Digivolving with a Digivolution item, that eliminates any risk of naturally Digivolving to a champion Digimon. If I use the Digivolution item before my rookie Digimon has had long enough in order to be able to naturally Digivolve, then the use of the Digivolution item would eliminate any risk of Digivolving to an unwanted champion. And when this lifespan ends, presumably my stats are going to be a lot lower than they were when Andromon faded away, and when I begin the lifespan after this one, hopefully all of my stats will be under the thresholds, so I won't automatically fulfill stat requirements for unwanted champion Digimon. defense is over 200. That's the equivalent of over 2000 HP or MP. So defense is definitely my superior stat, and it was clear that HP was superior to MP. And if all is good, then you Betamon lovers, if there are any of you, are finally going to get your wish. There he is. The only rookie Digimon we haven't yet seen in this challenge. But don't get too attached, because it's time for him to Digivolve. Well, I hope you enjoyed my time of having Betamon as my rookie Digimon, but it's time to move on straight away. And now it's time for us to wave goodbye to Betamon. And if you want to start singing, do you want to build a snowman, then go ahead. But instead of building a snowman, we have Digivolved into a snowman. And that's a much easier way of getting a snowman. Saves you from the labour of having to get all the snow together and build all the body parts to produce a snowman. We were able to just turn into one. Now let's get up the Digivolution guide. Betamon, his natural Digivolutions would have been Seedramon, Waymon, Shoutmon, Colamon. I've had Waymon and Colamon. I've not had Seedramon or Shoutmon, but I do have the Digivolution item for both of those Digimon. And I think I got into the habit of being able to train 7 times and still being able to make it to the toilet in time due to really high discipline, and I think I forgot that my discipline at the moment is not quite so good, so I ended up messing on the floor, and I've trained to the point where the sweat bubble has been produced, so I've not been a very good tamer so far. But I was saying about the Digivolution items for Seedramon and Shoutmon, and therefore I am able to get all of the champion Digimon that Betamon can Digivolve into without needing Betamon. Frigimon, my current Digimon. So only Penguinmon could have Digivolved to Frigimon. The stat requirement would have been 1000 MP, or 1000 MP and 100 brains. The care mistake requirement would have been a maximum of 5. The weight requirement would have been 25 to 35. The bonus condition would have been a minimum of 28 techniques. With the stats that we had, the stat requirement and bonus condition would have been in the bag. It would have been easy to fulfill the care mistake requirement. The weight requirement wouldn't have been quite so easy, and if I wanted to fulfill it, then I probably would have had to have done some force feeding. But I definitely would have been able to fulfill 3 of the requirements for Frigimon. but there's the question of, would I have also fulfilled 3 or more of the requirements for at least one other champion Digimon? I think there is a reasonable risk that I would have done, considering stats and the bonus condition would have both been in the bag. And I might not have been able to have avoided both the care mistake requirement and the weight requirement for all of the unwanted natural champion Digimon, while also fulfilling at least one of those requirements for Frigimon. Frigimon, there are 2 ultimate Digimon that he can Digivolve to. One of them is Mumemon, and the other is Mumemon's metal cousin, Metal Mumemon, who incidentally is the only ultimate Digimon I haven't yet Digivolved to. And I think now would probably be a good time for me to reveal that the reason why I chose Frigimon's Digivolution item before any of the other Digivolution items is because Frigimon is a champion Digimon who I hadn't yet had in this challenge, and he was able to Digivolve to an ultimate Digimon who I haven't yet had in this challenge, the only ultimate Digimon remaining that I need to Digivolve to. The stat requirement, 500 attack and 400 defense, speed and brains. The care mistake requirement, you're allowed up to 15 care mistakes. We are currently fulfilling the care mistake requirement and the bonus condition. One of the bonus conditions is a minimum of 30 techniques. I imagine our weight is a lot over the range. You know, the weight requirement for Metal Mumemon, I imagine our weight is currently well over that, and our stats are adrift as well. So as things stand, we've only got 2 of the requirements for Metal Mumemon, the care mistakes and the bonus condition. If we were to fulfill 3 requirements, which we do need to do, then we will have to either fulfill the stats or the weight. I think the stats would be achievable, because Frigimon's got plenty of life left. He's very young. I gave Betamon the Digivolution item straight away, so, you know, Frigimon was very young when we Digivolved to him. I'm sure we've got plenty of time to get the stat requirement that we need. As for the weight requirement, I think that would either require me to catch black trouts and feed black trouts to Frigimon to make his weight go down, or the other way would be to not feed him at all, but I can only get away with doing that so many times, because care mistakes can't exceed 15. But it is definitely possible to Digivolve to Metal Mumemon. It currently isn't looking like the easiest Digivolution in the world, but it is definitely achievable. And then as for Mummemon, the stat requirement is 400 attack, 300 defense, 300 speed, 400 brains. I think all of those stat requirements are equal or less than the stat requirements for Metal Mummemon. In other words, by fulfilling the stat requirement for Metal Mummemon, it looks like we will also fulfill the stat requirement for Mummemon, because it's the same stats, attack, defense, speed and brains, but I think they don't have to be as high for Mummemon, or at the very least they only have to be equal. So it looks like fulfilling the stat requirement for Metal Mummemon will also mean fulfilling the stat requirement for Mummemon. We also have the bonus condition for Mummemon. One of them is to have a minimum of 25 techniques, so that's 2 of the requirements. The care mistake requirement is a minimum of 15, and the weight requirement is 0 to 10. As things stand, we are miles adrift of fulfilling either of those requirements. Our care mistakes are nowhere near 15. Unless I've overlooked something, I think our care mistakes with Digimon are currently at 0, and our weight is an awful lot higher than 0 to 10. And the way that if I continue to do what I'm doing, I definitely won't fulfill the care mistake requirement or the weight requirement for Mummemon, and that means that even with the stat requirement for Mummemon plus the bonus condition, there's still no risk of us digivolving to Mummemon. As for Metal Mummemon, we are miles adrift of the weight requirement, but do currently have the care mistake requirement and the bonus condition, and if we were to get the stat requirement as well, then that should result in us digivolving to Metal Mummemon and not digivolving to Mummemon. So we can do it by carrying on and fulfilling the stat requirement, or we could catch black trouts and use them as our food item and get Digimon's weight down so that we fulfill the weight requirement for Metal Mummemon instead of the stat requirement. Either way, it looks like Metal Mummemon would be our Digimon and not Mummemon. We've got an awful lot of time on our hands before Digimon will fade away. More than enough time I'm sure, to get the necessary stats. I'd be very surprised if Frigimon was to fade away before managing to reach the stat requirements. Now, I know I used the Digivolution item, and because of that, I never got a stat increase when Digivolving to Frigimon. But we must have been about 1 or 2 when we Digivolved to Betamon, and therefore the same age when Digivolving to Frigimon. And in which case you're looking at probably a minimum of 12 or 13 days if you're a good tamer. I've seen the sweat bubble a few times, that's not going to help. But I am very confident that we have more than enough time in order to get the necessary stats for Metal Mamemon. I would be extremely surprised if we were to fade away as Frigimon as a result of us reaching the end of our lifespan before managing to reach the stats that we need. And it was fantastic that we were able to maximize our stats in the previous lifespan and achieve the stat medal, the medal that you get when you bring all 6 of your stats up to the maximum. I know that I had to catch a lot of Digi-Seabasses and extend my Digimon's lifespan for quite a lengthy amount of time, and I used up all of the item chips that I had, and it took a long time, and it was probably boring, me just training over and over again. But it's fantastic that I was able to keep my Digimon alive with Digi-Seabasses and use the time to max out on stats and achieve the medal for maximum stats. I think the only other medals that are going to be obtainable in this challenge, or might be obtainable in this challenge, would be the Digivolution medal, which is the medal that you get if you Digivolve to every Digimon in the game. And then the other medal, the 10-year medal, the medal that you are presented with once 10 years have gone by. We are less than a year away from getting to that point. You don't get the medal on year 10, day 1. You get the medal on year 11, day 1. That's when the 10 years are up. I believe it just said year 10, day 16. So we are about half a day away from reaching 10 years. And hopefully that will result in us being awarded the medal and that there are no other requirements in order for you to get that medal. I mean, hopefully you don't have to have made a particular amount of progress in the game. You know, hopefully, you know, the fact that we have only recruited Agumon, hopefully that's not going to have any impact on the medal. You know, I'm hoping that if you make it to year 11 day 1, then you get the medal no matter what. Well, the list of champion Digimon is my list that has the most empty spaces at the moment. There are no empty spaces with the baby Digimon in Training Digimon or Rookie Digimon, and there's only one empty space with the Ultimate Digimon. But the champion Digimon have... The list of champion Digimon has numerous empty spaces. We had the Digivolution item for Moldramon, but we used that earlier in the challenge. We had the Digivolution item for Frigimon, which was used in this lifespan. We've got the Digivolution item for Seedramon and Shaomon. I don't think I've got any other Digivolution items. But the fact that we've got those two Digivolution items means that those two champion Digimon are guarantees. There are still some special Digivolutions that can be done, which haven't yet been done. I know it's possible to Digivolve from Kokatorimon to Phoenixmon as a result of a special Digivolution. But the fact that we've already had Phoenixmon in this challenge probably wouldn't give any value to that special Digivolution. There's a special Digivolution where you can Digivolve from a Rookie Digimon to Barkamon. We haven't had Barkamon yet, and therefore we will need to Digivolve to Barkamon. But you don't have to rely on the special Digivolution. You can get Barkamon naturally. And I suppose I'll have to decide what I think will be easier, getting Barkamon the natural way, or getting him as a result of a special Digivolution. There's a special Digivolution where you can Digivolve from Agumon to Devimon, and without the use of Digivolution items, I think that's the only way that you can Digivolve to Devimon. I don't think there's a Rookie Digimon who can naturally Digivolve to Devimon. If you want Devimon, then I think you either have to use a Digivolution item, so give Devimon's Digivolution item to a Rookie Digimon, that's not an option in this challenge, because the Devimon Digivolution item is a tournament prize, and in this challenge we can't recruit Greymon, and therefore can't have the arena built, so all the tournaments are off limits. And with that in mind, I think that the special Digivolution from Agumon to Devimon is the only way that we can possibly Digivolve to Devimon in this challenge. So that is a special Digivolution which will prove to be vital. Agumon is a Digimon who you can get from a natural Digivolution. I don't think Agumon can come as a result of a special Digivolution. I think you can only Digivolve to him naturally or with a Digivolution item. Agumon's Digivolution item is another Digivolution item that's off limits to us, and for the same reason as Devimon's Digivolution item, it's a Digivolution item that you can only get from the tournaments. So we would have to Digivolve to Agumon naturally if we were to get him in this challenge, and it is possible, but like with any Digivolution, there are requirements that have to be fulfilled, and there are other Digimon who you can Digivolve to, and they might interfere, because you might also end up fulfilling requirements for those Digimon and end up Digivolving to them, which you don't want. So if you were to Digivolve to Agumon, you would have to fulfill at least 3 of the requirements for him, and no more than 2 of the requirements for any of the other Digimon. We won't be seeing Agumon in this lifespan. We've already Digivolved to Frigimon. But if I am to be successful with maxing out on Digivolutions, then surely Agumon would have to feature in this challenge at some point. I think Patamon can Digivolve to him, and I have a feeling Alepmon might be able to as well. I don't think there are any other rookie Digimon. But if all goes well in this lifespan, and we Digivolve to Metal Mummemon, then I don't think that we would want to see any more Ultimate Digimon in this challenge. If I Digivolve to Metal Mummemon and complete the Ultimate Digimon list, then I don't think there would be any reason to Digivolve to any more Ultimate Digimon, and the rest of the challenge would be about trying to fulfill, well, about trying to Digivolve to the champion Digimon that we haven't yet had. Champion Digimon would be the only... The list of the champion Digimon, that would be the only list that would be containing gaps. And that means that the only progress that could possibly be made would be by Digivolving to champion Digimon that we haven't yet had. And if we do successfully Digivolve to a champion Digimon that we haven't yet had, then unless there's some sort of special Digivolution enabling it to Digivolve to a fellow champion Digimon who we also haven't had, then I think that the champion Digimon would have no further use, and that we would want to just pass the time as quickly as possible so we can fade away as quickly as possible and move on to the next lifespan. And in such a case, it wouldn't be helpful to Digivolve to an ultimate Digimon, because that would extend our lifespan by 4 days and would slow us down at fading away. You know, our lifespan would be extended, and that means that it would take longer to fade away, and that wouldn't be helpful. It would just slow us down, it would get in the way, and it would be annoying. So I would be in a position where I wouldn't want to fulfill 3 of the requirements for an ultimate Digimon. The bonus condition, I think, would be a certainty. So that would be at least 1 box ticked. And then out of stats, care mistakes, and weight, I would only be able to fulfill 1 of those requirements, because that combined with the bonus condition would be 2 requirements. But if I was to fulfill 2 of the requirements out of stats, weight, and care mistakes, then that combined with the bonus condition would be 3 requirements. So I would have to avoid 2 of the requirements out of stats, weight, and care mistakes. I should be able to avoid stats easily enough, but that would leave both weight and care mistakes, and I would have to avoid 1 of them. And that could be difficult depending on what the requirements are. It's just if you've got a champion Digimon who can digivolve to 2 different ultimate Digimon, and one of them has the and for one of them the care mistake requirement is 10 or less care mistakes, and if the care mistake requirement for the other Digimon is 10 or more care mistakes, then you would be in a position where it's a guarantee that you would fulfill the care mistakes for at least 1 of them, because by having less than 10 care mistakes you would fulfill the requirement for the one who needs 10 or less care mistakes. if you have more than 10 care mistakes, then you would fulfill the requirement for the one who needs 10 or more care mistakes. And if you have exactly 10 care mistakes, then you would fulfill the requirement for both of them. As for the weight, well, depending on what the weight requirements are for the possible ultimate Digimon, I suppose I would have to either have my weight very low, which would most easily be achieved by not feeding my Digimon, but that would also count as care mistakes, something to be mindful of. Or I might have to have a high weight in order to avoid the weight requirements, and that would most easily be achieved by force feeding my Digimon, or at least feeding my Digimon when it wants to eat. I think it's something that would just have to be played by ear. I've got the Digivolution guide. It's a very helpful guide. It tells me exactly what the requirements are for all of the Digimon. The stats, the care mistakes, the weight, the bonus conditions. It tells me, you know, all of the possible Digivolutions, you know, what Digimon I can Digivolve to if I've got Digimon X as my Digimon. You know, it makes the Digivolution guide informs me of all of the possible Digivolutions depending on what Digimon you've got, and it also mentions all of the requirements for such Digimon as well. If I had trained my brains once more, then I would have fulfilled the requirement for Metal Mumemon, I think. And I was only 1 hour away from Frigimon wanting to sleep, so I thought I would make it up to the point where Frigimon wants to sleep, while still having my brains under 400. Okay, we are Digivolving. Yeah, by still having my brains under 400, so that way I could sleep with Frigimon as my Digimon, and that would pass almost half a day, and it just puts us that little bit closer to fading away. Because if I had trained once more and Digivolved to Metal Mumemon before being able to sleep as Frigimon, then Metal Mumemon might not have wanted to have slept, and I would have had to have made it up to this point by passing the time by training or resting or whatever. But I kept my brains under 400, so I didn't fulfill the care mistake requirement for Metal Mumemon, and I was able to let Frigimon sleep and pass a bit of time. With Metal Mumemon as our Digimon, we can't digivolve any further. And we have no more use for Metal Mummemon, no more usefulness with this lifespan. We do want each day to go by as quickly as possible so that we can fade away as quickly as possible. I think I'm missing 9 champion Digimon. Take away the 2 that I have the Digivolution items for, that's 7 champion Digimon that I don't yet have. But yeah, I want the days to go by as quickly as possible, so I'm just training and resting. I'm not bothering to feed Metal Mummemon. I am letting him use the toilet, because I don't want the virus gorge filling up. And the video is going to be speeded up for most of it. And this is pretty much what we are doing until Metal Mummemon fades away. Train, rest, don't feed, use the toilet, sleep, and just hope that the days go by as quickly as possible so we can move on to our next lifespan. There's nothing more to be done in this lifespan. Okay, this is where we fade away. And in the lifespan that we are about to enter, I don't plan on using either of my Digivolution items. That is something to be reserved for a later lifespan. Instead, I do have a specific Digivolution in mind, and I choose the yellow egg in accordance to the champion Digimon that I'm aiming for, and the rookie Digimon that would be needed for such a Digivolution. And all of my stats are under the thresholds. HP and MP are under 1000. Attack, defense, speed and brains are under 100. And that means that it should be possible for me to get the necessary stats up to the thresholds so that I can fulfill the stat requirements for the champion Digimon that I'm aiming for, while not fulfilling the stat requirements for different champion Digimon, unless I can be sure that I won't digivolve to those unwanted champion Digimon, despite having the stat requirement in the bag along with the bonus condition. I'm just going through the Digivolution guide. I will be digivolving to Tokamon, who can digivolve either to Patamon or Biomon. Patamon can digivolve to Dramoljamon, who I've had, Tyrannomon, who I've had, Agumon, who I haven't had, Leomon, who I've had, Angemon, who I haven't had, and Unimon, who I haven't had. As for Biomon, she can digivolve to Birdramon, who I've had, Airdramon, who I've had, Kokatorimon, who I haven't had, Unimon, who I haven't had, and Carboterimon, who I have had. The requirement to digivolve from Tokamon to Biomon is for your superior stats to either be defense or speed, and it also looks like having MP as your superior stat might result in you digivolving to Biomon, but when it comes to digivolving to Rookie Digimon, I'm not sure about HP or MP, but the other four stats do seem a lot more conclusive. It does look like having defense or speed as your highest stat would definitely result in you digivolving to Biomon, unless I've misinterpreted the guide somehow. And it would seem that having attack or brains as your superior stat will result in you digivolving to Patamon, and possibly having, well, you possibly might get Patamon from having HP as your superior stat, but that I'm less sure about. So far I've been focusing heavily on brains. That might have given away the fact that Patamon is the rookie Digimon that I am aiming for. It was looking that way, and I thought I might as well just confirm that Patamon is the rookie Digimon who I'm after, and the plan is to digivolve naturally from Patamon to a champion Digimon. So digivolve from Patamon to a champion Digimon, and for the Digivolution to be a natural Digivolution and not a special Digivolution. And I want to try to avoid Ultimate Digimon, just because if I do digivolve to a champion Digimon who I haven't already had, then I shouldn't have any more usefulness to them, and in which case I will want them to fade away as quickly as possible so I can move on to the next lifespan. And a champion Digimon digivolving to an ultimate Digimon would extend the Digimon's lifespan, and it would take longer for the Digimon to fade away, and that would just delay things, which wouldn't be helpful. And just looking at the Digivolution guide again, I've revealed that Patamon is the Digimon that I'm aiming for, and the champion Digimon that I would like to Digivolve to is a champion Digimon I've not had yet. So you can be sure that I'm not aiming for Dramoljamon or Tyrannomon, nor am I aiming for Leomon. It's going to be one of the other 3 Digimon: Agumon, Angemon, or Unimon. But Brains is my superior stat. I've also got HP superior to MP. That probably wasn't necessary, but I didn't really have anything to lose by making HP superior. I would be surprised if I don't Digivolve to Patamon. Okay, we are about to find out which rookie Digimon it's going to be. It should be Patamon, but I always get nervous when it comes to Digivolutions. But it is Patamon. And the Digivolution that I'm aiming for is Angemon. And the reason why I was drawn to Angemon ahead of the other champion Digimon that I am yet to Digivolve to is because there is a special Digivolution which enables you to Digivolve from Angemon to Devimon, and if I'm successful with that Digivolution, then I would get 2 champion Digimon in a single lifespan. And I think I'm lacking 9 champion Digimon, and if I can get both Angemon and Devimon in one lifespan, then I think that would leave me just needing 7 more, and 2 of them are guarantees because of Digivolution items that I've got. and then that would just leave 5 other champion Digimon. I think they would be Barkamon, Kawagumon, Unimon, Kokatorimon, and Olgamon. And not only is it helpful to digivolve from Angemon to Devimon, I also think that under these restrictions, that is the only way that I will possibly be able to get Devimon in this challenge. I don't think there's any rookie Digimon that can digivolve to Devimon. But looking at the requirements, for Angemon the stat requirement is 1000 MP and 100 brains. I'm there with the brains, and I'm also slowly stepping towards 1000 MP by training brains like I am. The care mistake requirement is 0, and one of the bonus conditions is to have a minimum of 35 techniques. The bonus condition is a guarantee. The care mistake requirement I am currently fulfilling, but there's no room for error. It has to stay at 0 care mistakes, or else I won't fulfill the care mistake requirement. If I can get my MP up to 1000 before it's time for Patamon to digivolve, then I will have the stat requirement in the bag. The weight requirement 15 to 25. I might not need the weight requirement, because if I have the other 3 requirements, then that should be adequate. If for whatever reason I was to need the weight requirement, or I was to feel like I need the weight requirement, then if my weight isn't within the range of 15 to 25, then I imagine it would probably be slightly under and can be fulfilled with a bit of force feeding. I also could have got Angemon from Aletmon, but Patamon was my choice of Digimon. For Olgamon, the stat requirement is 1000 HP and 100 attack. Both of those stats are under the threshold. Care mistake requirement minimum of 5, don't need to worry about that. I'm not going to get anywhere near 5 care mistakes. The weight requirement 25 to 35, won't get anywhere near there. I do obviously have the bonus condition because of the number of techniques that I've got, but that will just be 1 requirement. Even if I was to get the stats as well, that would only be 2 requirements, so I don't think Olgamon is going to be a threat. And then Unimon, stat requirement 1000 HP and 100 speed. I don't currently have either of those stats at the threshold. The care mistakes requirement is a maximum of 3, so I will fulfill that because I am aiming to have no care mistakes, and no care mistakes is within the range of 0 to 3, which is what's needed for Unimon. The weight requirement, same as Olgamon, 25 to 35. I've got no risk of fulfilling the weight requirement. So that's 2 requirements for Unimon, the bonus condition and the care mistake requirement. So it is important that I make sure that I don't fulfill the stat requirement for Unimon, and that will mean having to either keep HP under 1000 or keep speed under 100, or both. One helpful thing that I will comment on is the fact that I no longer need to Digivolve to Ultimate Digimon, and I no longer want to Digivolve to Ultimate Digimon, and because of that I no longer need to fulfill stat requirements for Ultimate Digimon, nor do I want to fulfill stat requirements for Ultimate Digimon, and that means that the only stats that I'm going to need will be the stats that are necessary for Digivolving from and in training Digimon to the rookie Digimon that I want, as well as the stats that would be needed for Digivolving from the rookie Digimon, from a rookie Digimon to the champion Digimon that I'm aiming for. Stats shouldn't have any use beyond that, so I can get away with not needing to have like well balanced stats, not needing to train lots of different stats, just train the ones that I need, and that should make it easier to fulfill the stat requirements for the rookie Digimon and champion Digimon that I'm aiming for, as well as avoiding the stat requirements for Digimon that I'm not aiming for. With Agumon, 1000 MP and 100 brains, I'm just repeatedly training my brains, and at this rate I should have MP as well. Failing that, all I have to do is train MP once and my MP will be at 1000. That'll be the stat requirement in the bag, along with the bonus condition and care mistake requirement. With Agumon, MP and brains is all I need, so there isn't really any point in training HP, attack, defense or speed. They're not needed for anything. It would be better not to train those stats, or if I do train them, then certainly keep them under the thresholds, so that they can't interfere with my intended Digivolutions. Of course, if I was still aiming for Ultimate Digimon and still needed the stat requirement, then that would be different, but I've got every Ultimate Digimon, so it's all about going from baby Digimon to entraining Digimon to rookie Digimon to champion Digimon to trying to die as quickly as possible so I can move on to the next lifespan and get the next champion Digimon that I need. In this lifespan it's a bit different because I don't want to fade away as Agumon, because there's a special Digivolution that I would like to produce. The special Digivolution where you can Digivolve from Agumon to Devimon. The requirement is to have Agumon as your Digimon and lose a life, and at the same time make sure that your discipline is under 50%. So have Agumon with discipline in the negative, discipline under 50%, lose a life, and then there's a 50% chance that he will Digivolve to Devimon. And if that can be accomplished, then I would have no more use in this lifespan, and I would just want Devimon to fade away as quickly as possible. The easiest way to lose a life is by losing a battle, and it would be easier to lose a battle if my stats aren't very good, particularly HP, attack, defense and speed. As for brains, it's the other way around. It's more helpful to have a high brain stat, because that way I would have more commands available to me, and it would be possible for me to command my Digimon so that it doesn't attack, and then it would just stand still and be a sitting duck, and I can just wait for my Digimon to get defeated. 300 brains is all I need for the distance command. If I pick that, then my Digimon won't attack. If I've got 400 brains, then I'll have the defensive command. That will also stop my Digimon from attacking. But I think defensive will probably work better, because my Digimon will just remain on the spot and be an easier target to hit. I can probably choose the technique that I think would be least helpful, and with good timing it might be possible for me to choose the attack command when the opposing Digimon is attacking, so that my attack will get stopped and I will definitely take damage from the attack. It requires good timing because you need the opposing Digimon to start attacking, and then you need to pick attack at the right time so that you attempt to attack the opposing Digimon, but their attack hits you first. So you don't strike them, but they do strike you, and you take damage, and you won't be able to block the attack because you can't block attacks when you yourself are in the process of producing an attack. My brains is plenty high enough. It's over 500 in fact. So I'm going to have all of the commands. I can stop my Digimon from attacking. I can have it just remain on the spot. It should be easy to get defeated, and I can choose the technique that I think would be the worst technique to fight with. Probably one that's slow and easy to interrupt, or one that's weak and won't do much damage. With my HP low, as well as defense and speed, I think that I should get attacked quite frequently and lose a lot of HP, take a lot of damage, and with my attack and speed low, I shouldn't attack too quickly or frequently, and my attack shouldn't do tremendous damage. It probably wouldn't be a good idea to try and get defeated against really weak opposition, because it might be hard to get defeated by really weak opposition. Strong opposition would be ideal. Okay, we're digivolving. Strong opposition would be ideal, but I don't want to have to travel too far for the opposition. The 3 Goborimon in the drill tunnel. If I can battle all 3 of them at once, then I reckon they should be able to defeat me without too much effort. Agumon is my Digimon. To begin with, I thought having counter equipped would work really well, but I remember having second thoughts and changing it, because the Goborimons do use Sonic Jab, which can be countered. I take the liberty of putting all of my items into the item bank so that I wouldn't lose any items when getting defeated. And I also time it so that Agumon wants to sleep when I head for the drill tunnel, so that I can sleep next to the Goborimons, I can save, and then get defeated, and if I am not successful with Digivolving the Devimon, then I can just reload and try again. I praised Agumon to put his put his discipline down, so that it was in the negative, it was under half. That's needed as part of the requirement. I wasn't able to put all of my items into the item bank because there were some items in the item bank that I've already got 99 of, but I put into the item bank what I could. And I think you need to have a certain number of items in your inventory in order to be able to lose items from losing battles, and I think you need about 5 items at least. I think I've just got 3, so if I'm not mistaken, I shouldn't lose anything. And Dynamite Kick was the technique that I chose in the end. I thought that it would be slow enough and easy enough to interrupt. I don't think it's too often that you would want to lose a fight, but this is such a scenario. Hopefully all 3 Goborimons will participate. And they have. Hopefully they will defeat me, and hopefully it won't be too difficult for them, or be too time consuming. Agumon is Digivolving, so it looks like I was successful on my first try, but don't give any credit to me, it was just luck. It was 50-50. I just happened to get lucky that time. And now we have Devimon as our Digimon. And I think we only require 7 more champion Digimon now. But I don't want to digivolve to an ultimate Digimon. I just want Devimon to fade away, and I'm going to be training and resting to try and pass the time, and I want to avoid fulfilling 3 of the requirements for an ultimate Digimon. Devimon can digivolve to Skull Greymon and Megadramon. I think we can conclude that I will be able to avoid the stat requirements for Ultimate Digimon, but won't be able to avoid the bonus condition. And then that leaves care mistakes and weight. Skull Greymon, the stat requirements are 4000 HP, 6000 MP, 400 attack, 400 defense, 200 speed, 500 brains. I don't anticipate any difficulty with keeping at least one of those stats under the threshold. The care mistake requirement is a minimum of 10, and with me not feeding my Digimon, I will get those care mistakes, or at least if I continue the way I am, then I will not fulfill those, I will fulfill the care mistakes, but the weight requirement is 25 to 35. If I'm not feeding Devimon, then his weight will fall to 1 and will remain there for as long as I don't feed him. So I'd have the care mistake requirement for Skull Greymon, but not... and I'd also have the bonus condition, but not the weight requirement or the stat requirement. So it looks like we can avoid him. And we have a new medal. Year 11, Day 1, that can only mean one thing. It's been 10 years since the game started. We have the medal for surviving 10 years in the Digimon world, and I think the only remaining medal that we might be able to get is the medal for maxing out on Digivolutions. Speaking of Digivolutions, Devimon can also digivolve to Megadramon. Well, the bonus condition is 10 care... the care mistake requirement is 10 care mistakes or less, but I'm choosing not to feed Devimon, and usually I'm passing the limit but by training, which means that it's counting as double every time. So I think we can be confident that we're not going to fulfill the care mistake requirement for Megadramon, and we're also not going to fulfill the weight requirement because it's 50 to 60. We are not feeding Devimon, so our weight is going to drop to 1 if it's not already at 1, and it's not going to get any higher. The stat requirement: 3000 HP, 5000 MP, 500 attack, 300 defense, 400 speed, and 400 brains. Even if we were to get that alongside the bonus condition, we're still only going to have 2 of the requirements for Megadramon. I'm continuing to just train brains. My brains is already at the limit. MP is going up by a tiny bit. When I move on to the next lifespan and have a baby Digimon hatch from an egg, I think brains will be over 100. That could be ideal depending on the Digimon that I'm aiming to Digivolve to and the necessary stats that are needed. Or it could be a problem if it's a stat requirement for a Digimon that I don't want. But in this case it's irrelevant, because in the next lifespan the plan is to Digivolve from a rookie Digimon to a champion Digimon with a Digivolution item. I'm not letting Devimon rest, nor am I feeding him. I'm just training him, taking him to the toilet, letting him sleep. We're seeing a lot of the sweat bubble, we're seeing the butterfly, happiness and discipline are really being impacted. So hopefully he will... Okay, well there you go. I was about to say hopefully he will fade away at a younger age than what he would if we were a good tamer, and that's exactly what's happened. He is fading away, and we can move on to the next lifespan. It really doesn't matter what egg I pick. We're going to use a Digivolution item to Digivolve from rookie to champion, and the Digivolution item will work regardless of what rookie Digimon you give it to, and the only gain that can be made from this lifespan is the champion Digimon that we Digivolve to. We won't be seeing any new baby Digimon or entraining Digimon because we've already had all of them. We won't be seeing any new rookie Digimon because we've already had all of them. And we won't be seeing any new ultimate Digimon, we've had all of them also. And we don't even want to Digivolve to an ultimate Digimon. We just want to Digivolve to a rookie Digimon as quickly as possible, any rookie Digimon, and then give it the Digivolution item to Digivolve to a champion Digimon, and then fade away as quickly as possible, ideally without Digivolving to an ultimate Digimon. The water bottle was the item that I took out of the item bank. That is the Digivolution item for Seedramon. That should have given away, but Machinedramon is the champion Digimon that I will be Digivolving to, and that is a guarantee, because I'm definitely going to Digivolve to a rookie Digimon, only the matter of time, and a water bottle given to a rookie Digimon will definitely make it Digivolve to Seadramon. So far I've been a bad tamer, not feeding Bottomon, but it's really not going to have any impact. Certainly not any negative impact. Care mistakes don't influence you when it comes to Digivolving from baby Digimon to entraining Digimon, nor does it have any influence with Digivolving from entraining Digimon to rookie Digimon. If we were to have care mistakes as a rookie Digimon, then that would influence the champion Digimon that we Digivolve to, but care mistakes that you have with baby Digimon or in training Digimon doesn't pass on to your rookie Digimon. Care mistakes as Bottomon or Koromon won't count as care mistakes with a rookie Digimon, and we're going to Digivolve with a Digivolution item anyway. That makes care mistakes all the more irrelevant. If anything, it's going to help us that we're not feeding our Digimon, because that would probably shorten our lifespan and make us fade away more quickly, which is what we want, because once we Digivolve to Seadramon, the next aim will be to fade away, and we will immediately start to try and make progress towards fading away. Once we Digivolve to Seadramon, it will just be about fading away as quickly as possible. Well, out of attack, defense, speed, and brains is the superior stat, which is one of the stats that should make you Digivolve to Gabumon, but brains isn't superior to HP. HP is our most superior stat overall, and I sense that HP might be a stat for Agumon, and that makes me unsure about what rookie Digimon I will Digivolve to. I mean, if brains was the highest stat overall, then I think it would be Gabumon, but the fact that HP is the superior stat overall and brains is the second most superior does make me wonder if it could be Agumon that we Digivolve to. I'm not entirely sure, and it really doesn't matter anyway. I think Koromon has slept twice, so he shouldn't be far away from Digivolving. In fact, we are Digivolving now. Are we going to be a wolf or a dinosaur? Dinosaur. But not for long, because we're about to change into a sea dragon. And that's the easy way of digivolving to Machinedramon. The hard way is to pick the pink egg, have Euramon hatch from it, digivolve to Tainomon, digivolve to Betamon, and then naturally digivolve from Betamon to Machinedramon. Betamon is the only Digimon who can naturally digivolve to Machinedramon. The stat requirement would be 1000 HP and MP. The care mistake requirement would be a minimum of 3. The weight requirement would be 25 to 35. And then the bonus condition, either a minimum of 28 techniques or a maximum of 5 battles. And you would have to fulfill 3 of those requirements while not fulfilling 3 of the requirements for any of the other champion Digimon. And you should then digivolve from Betamon to Machinedramon. Machinedramon can digivolve to Megadramon and Mega Machinedramon. We want to avoid both of those Digimon. Megadramon, the care mistake requirement is a maximum of 10, and the weight requirement is 50 to 60. And like with when we had Devimon as our Digimon, I'm just going to be training and taking my Digimon to the toilet and sleeping. We are going to be seeing the sweat bubble. We are going to see happiness and discipline drop down rapidly. And we are not going to be feeding Machinedramon. And that's going to result in a very high number of care mistakes, much higher than 10, and it's going to result in very low weight, much lower than 50, so we can be sure that we're not going to digivolve to Megadramon, because to digivolve you can only afford to not fulfill one of the requirements, and we are going to definitely not fulfill weight and care mistakes. We probably won't fulfill stats either, but it wouldn't matter, because even if we did, that and the bonus condition would only be 2 requirements fulfilled. The other Digimon, Mega Machinedramon, and from just looking at the weight and care mistakes, I can confirm that there shouldn't be any risk of us digivolving to an ultimate unless I've overlooked something, because the care mistake requirement is a maximum of 5 and the weight requirement is 25 to 35. I have no idea what our total number of care mistakes is going to be, but it's going to be a heck of a lot. And if our weight isn't already at 1, then it will be soon, and it's going to stay there. Well, this is going to be the rest of this lifespan. Just waiting for Machinedramon to fade away and passing the time by training, choosing to sleep because that will pass the time even more, and avoiding having Machinedramon mess on the floor, because I don't want to be seeing that virus gorge fill up. But yeah, the video is being speeded up. It's just going to be the same stuff, well, the same sort of stuff happening day after day, and hopefully it won't be too far away until Machinedramon reaches the end of his life. Okay, Machinedramon has met the end, and due to the amount of HP that we had when fading away, I think that when we start the next lifespan, HP will be over 1,000. That means it will be over the threshold, which could be a stat requirement for champion Digimon, but it's not going to matter, because like with the lifespan that's just ended, this lifespan that we are entering, we are going to be digivolving to a champion Digimon via a Digivolution item, and I think it's the last remaining Digivolution item that we have in our inventory. So quite a lot of this lifespan is going to be very similar to the previous lifespan. Digivolve to a rookie Digimon as quickly as possible, immediately give it a Digivolution item to make it digivolve to a champion Digimon. In the previous lifespan it was Machinedramon, in this lifespan it's Xiaomon, and the moment we digivolve to a champion Digimon, we then want to fade away as quickly as possible and avoid digivolving to an ultimate Digimon. Xiaomon is the champion Digimon. You can digivolve to Xiaomon naturally with Betamon or Penguinmon as your rookie Digimon. The stat requirement is 1000 HP and 100 defense. The care mistake requirement is a minimum of 5. The weight requirement is 35 to 45. The bonus condition, one of them is to have Betamon as your Digimon, the other is to have a minimum of 35 techniques. The stats would have been easy to fulfill. The bonus condition we would have been an immediate success. The care mistakes would have been easy enough. The only thing that might have been difficult would have been the weight. But if we could have done the stats, bonus condition and care mistakes for Xiaomon and had no more than 2 of the requirements for any of the other champion Digimon, then it would have been Xiaomon that we would have digivolved to, and without needing the weight requirement. Just looking at the rookie Digimon, because we do obviously still have natural Digivolutions ahead of us. You know, the last Digivolution item is to be used in this lifespan. So just looking at the rookie Digimon and the Digimon that they can digivolve to, Agumon can digivolve to Greymon, Miramon, Birdramon, Centauramon, Monochromon, and Tyrannomon. We've had all of those champion Digimon, so we know, well, after this, well, no, yeah, we've already had all of the champion Digimon that Agumon can naturally digivolve to, and that means that we no longer need to digivolve to Agumon in this lifespan. I mean, for the remainder of this challenge, we no longer need to digivolve to Agumon. We might digivolve to him in this lifespan, but it's okay because we're going to be digivolving to a champion by the use of a Digivolution item. Gabumon, the Digivolutions are Centauramon, Monochromon, Dromolgemon, Tyrannomon, Olgamon, and Garulamon. We haven't had Olgamon yet. We have had all of the other champion Digimon that Gabumon can Digivolve to. Olgamon can also be obtained from Patamon. Patamon can Digivolve to Olgamon, as can Gabumon. And so we don't necessarily have to rely on Gabumon for Olgamon, because we might be able to get Olgamon from Patamon. And that would actually make the green egg irrelevant, because if we can get Olgamon from Patamon, then we no longer need Agumon or Gabumon, because we would have had all of the Digimon that those two Digimon can Digivolve to between them. Patamon, the Digivolutions are Dromolgemon, Tyrannomon, Olgamon, Leomon, Angemon, and Unimon. I've already said I haven't had Olgamon yet, and I haven't had Unimon either, but I have had all of the other champion Digimon that Patamon can Digivolve to. Electmon can Digivolve to Leomon, Angemon, Barkamon, and Kokatorimon. We've had Leomon and Angemon, but not Barkamon or Kokatorimon. You can also get Barkamon from Kunamon, and you can also get Kokatorimon from Biomon. And if I go back to Unimon, as well as being able to get him from Patamon, you can also get him from Biomon. Moving on to Biomon, the possible Digivolutions are Birdramon, Airdramon, Kokatorimon, Unimon, and Carboterimon. We haven't had Kokatorimon or Unimon yet, but have had the other champion Digimon. So to summarise the rest of this lifespan, we are going to Digivolve to Xiaomon, and we are going to train to pass the time, and we are going to pass the time because we want Xiaomon to fade away as soon as possible, and then after Xiaomon fades away we can move on to the next lifespan. Now I was looking at the rookie Digimon and the champion Digimon that they could Digivolve to. I think I made it up to Kunamon. Kunamon can Digivolve to Barkamon, Carboterimon, Kawugamon, and Vegemon. I've not had Kawugamon or Barkamon, but have had the other champion Digimon. You can also Digivolve to Barkamon from Electmon, and you can also Digivolve to Kawugamon from Palmon. Speaking of the devil, Palmon can Digivolve to Kawugamon, Vegemon, Ninjamon, Waymon, Colamon. Out of those Digimon, the only one we've not had is Kawugamon. We could get Kawugamon from Palmon, or we could get Kawugamon from Kunamon. Betamon can digivolve to Seedramon, Waymon, Xiaomon and Colamon. We've had all of those Digimon, and the only useful Digivolution that could come from the pink egg is Kawagumon, but we can get Kawagumon from Kunamon. If we were to Digivolve to Kawagumon, then I don't think the pink egg would have any more usefulness. The same way the green egg doesn't have any more usefulness. Penguinmon, the last remaining rookie, can digivolve to Waymon, Xiaomon, Garulamon, Frigimon and Moljamon. I believe I've had all of those Digimon, and in which case there's no advantage from digivolving to Penguinmon. I think Penguinmon comes from the blue egg, and the other rookie Digimon that can come from the blue egg I think is Alepmon. Alepmon, his Digivolutions were Leomon, Angemon, Barkamon and Kokatorimon. We might still need the blue egg because of Barkamon and Kokatorimon, but those Digimon can come from other rookie Digimon as well. But to focus on Xiaomon, our current Digimon, Xiaomon can digivolve to Hercules Carboterimon and Mega Seedramon. The way things have gone so far and the way that things are continuing to go, we can safely rule out Hercules Carboterimon. The care mistake requirement is a maximum of 5, and the weight requirement is 50 to 60. As for Mega Seedramon, we can comfortably rule him out as well. The care mistake requirement is the same, maximum of 5. The weight requirement is less, 25 to 35, but we're not going to fulfill the weight requirement for either Digimon, nor are we going to fulfill the care mistake requirement for either Digimon. We don't have to worry about the risk of digivolving to an ultimate Digimon. It's not going to happen in this lifespan. I think the only remaining champion Digimon that I still need are Kawagumon, Barkamon, Olgamon, Unamon, and Kokatorimon. Okay, we're fading away. I seem to recall there being a useful Digivolution that could come from the pink egg, but there being another way of going about it, and that could make the pink egg useless as well. I think we're definitely going to need the yellow egg, and I think we might need the blue egg as well. I've chosen the green egg despite the fact that no useful Digivolutions can come from it, and the reason for that is because my intention is to Digivolve to Kunamon, which can be done with any in-training Digimon. So I'm not going to be naturally Digivolve into a rookie Digimon. The aim is to Digivolve to Kunamon, and the reason for that is because Kunamon can Digivolve to Kawagumon and Barkamon, both of which are champion Digimon I've not had before. There is a special Digivolution where you can Digivolve, I think you can Digivolve to Barkamon from any rookie Digimon if you lose a life when you have a rookie Digimon, but I think the probability of it happening is only 10%. So I think it would probably be easier just to get Barkamon naturally, and Barkamon and Kawagumon can both come from Kunamon, and that is the rookie Digimon that I'm aiming for. And well, this lifespan and the remaining lifespans will be more difficult than the previous two lifespans, because in the previous two lifespans I just used a Digivolution item to get the champion Digimon that I Digivolved to, but here onwards I have to get the Digivolutions naturally. So I'm going to need to fulfill requirements. And the stat requirement is something that I'm already working towards. I'm just getting up the Digivolution guide. Kunamon. I don't want Carboterimon or Vegemon. I've had those Digimon already. The other two, Kawagumon and Barkamon, I do want them. And in this lifespan, I want to aim for Kawagumon and leave Barkamon for another time. The stat requirement for Kawagumon is 1000 HP and MP plus 100 attack and speed. My HP is virtually at 1000, and it will reach 1000 from me training my speed. Because I need to train speed to get speed up to 100, and by training speed my HP will go up as well, and that will put my HP up to 1000. I think I still need to train attack, and that will also help with speed. And then there's MP, which I don't think I've made a start on yet. HP is now there. Attack and speed are pretty close. MP still has a long way to go. And I'm choosing to be a good tamer this time because care mistakes and stuff like that is now relevant because of the fact that I'm aiming for natural Digivolutions. I want to be a good tamer to begin with, but once I Digivolve to champion Digimon, that's when I become a bad tamer. And all that I would want to do then is have my Digimon fade away. The care mistake requirement for Agumon is a minimum of 5. The weight requirement is 25 to 35, and the bonus condition either have a minimum of 28 techniques or have Kunamon as your Digimon. We've got the bonus condition. We don't have the weight or the care mistakes. Once we Digivolve to Kunamon, we will be at 0 care mistakes, and I'm not sure about our weight. If I was to take a guess, maybe about 15 or so. So the weight will be adrift. Weight and care mistakes will be adrift, at least at the moment. So too will stats, but the bonus condition is there. Kabuterimon is similar to Agumon when it comes to the requirements. The stat requirement is the same, 1000 HP and MP plus 100 attack and speed. The weight requirement is the same, 25 to 35. One of the bonus conditions is the same, to have Kunamon as your rookie Digimon. Also, a minimum of 35 techniques is a bonus condition. The big difference between Agumon and Kabuterimon is that the care mistake requirement for Kabuterimon is a maximum of 1, but for Agumon it's a minimum of 5. That is a very big difference. Digimon. Fulfilling the stat requirement for Agumon would also mean fulfilling the stat requirement for Digimon, because the stat requirement for Digimon is 1000 MP, and that's part of the requirement for Agumon. Annoyingly, the care mistake requirement for Digimon is also the same as that for Agumon, a minimum of 5. And obviously we are going to have the bonus condition as well, either a minimum of 21 techniques or a minimum of or have happiness at a minimum of 50%. A big difference is the weight requirement. For Digimon, it's just 5 to 15. For Agumon, I believe it was 25 to 35. I think weight is something that can have significance, and because of that, you'll notice that I had Kunamon mess on the floor, and I want my care mistakes to come from messing on the floor instead of coming from not feeding Kunamon, and that's because of the significance that weight has. I don't want weight to be between the range of 5 to 15 because that's what's needed for Digimon. And then Barkamon, we also have an obvious problem with stats and care mistakes, because fulfilling stats and care mistakes for Agumon also means fulfilling stats and care mistakes for Barkamon. The stat requirement is the same as Digimon, just 1000 MP. The care mistake requirement is a minimum of 3. Well, for Agumon and Digimon, it's a minimum of 5. But if you've got 5 or more care mistakes, then you've got 5 or more care mistakes. If you have 5 or more care mistakes, then you've got 3 or more care mistakes. Currently, we are at 2 care mistakes, I think. Because Kunamon messed on the floor when training speed, and I think he messed on the floor when we rested at Digimon's house. But we've got problems here, because if we get stats and care mistakes for Agumon, then we are also going to get stats and care mistakes for Barkamon and Digimon. And since the bonus condition is a guarantee in all cases, that would mean fulfilling 3 requirements for both Barkamon and Digimon. Digivolving to Barkamon wouldn't necessarily be the end of the world, because we still need Barkamon, but we're not going to be helped by Digivolving to Digimon. By keeping MP under 1000, we won't have the stat requirement for any of the champion Digimon. And then we would have to get care mistakes, weight, and the bonus condition for Agumon in order to be able to Digivolve to him. That would mean also having the bonus condition and care mistakes for Barkamon and Digimon, but it would be possible to not have. But it would be possible to have the weight for Agumon and not Barkamon or Digimon. The weight for Digimon is 5 to 15. The weight for Barkamon is 15 to 25. The weight for Agumon is 25 to 35. If we can have our weight within the range of 26 to 35, then we would have the weight for Agumon and Carboterimon, but not Barkamon or Digimon. And if we don't have the stats either, then that would just be the care mistakes and bonus condition for Barkamon and Vegimon. If we do what I said about not having the stats but having the care mistake, weight and bonus condition, then fulfilling the weight for Agumon would also mean fulfilling the weight for Carboterimon, and there's going to be the bonus condition as well, but we wouldn't have the care mistakes for Carboterimon, and if MP stays under 1,000 then we wouldn't have the stats for Carboterimon either, or any of the champion Digimon. So at the moment I think we only have the bonus condition for Agumon. I think we are at 4 care mistakes. Kunamon messed on the floor twice in Digimon's house. Once when training speed, and I think again when training MP. So I think that's 4 care mistakes. I think we are now at 5. So I think we now have the care mistake requirement for Agumon plus the bonus condition, but currently we don't have the weight requirement or the stat requirement. We don't have the stat requirement for any of the champion Digimon, and won't unless we get MP up to 1,000. We have the care mistakes for Agumon, Vegimon and Barkamon, but not Carboterimon. We have the bonus condition for all of them, and at the moment I think our weight is drifting between the weight requirement for Vegimon and the weight requirement for Barkamon to fulfill the weight requirement for Agumon. Then something is going to need to change. I think we are currently on course though. If we can just get our weight up to between 26 to 35, have the weight requirement for Agumon and Carboterimon, but don't have enough of the other requirements for Carboterimon. We would have the care mistakes for Barkamon and Vegimon, but if we make sure that MP stays under 1,000 and that weight is at a minimum of 26, then I think that will be Agumon in the back. I helped things by giving a big berry to Kunamon, and I've decided to use Digi-Seabasses to try and keep weight where it is. I took them out of the item bank because they boost your weight by 4, and that hopefully will enable us to keep our weight at a minimum of 26. I think we've had like 5 or 6 care mistakes. That's good. And I think our weight is currently where it needs to be for Agumon. And we know for certain that we've got the bonus condition. Well, as things stand, we have 3 of the requirements for Agumon, but no more than 2 of the requirements for any of the other Digimon. For Agumon, we have care mistakes, weight and bonus condition, but not stats. For Carboterimon, we have weight and the bonus condition, but not care mistakes or stats. For Barkamon and Vegimon, we have care mistakes and the bonus condition, but not weight or stats. So it's crucial that we keep MP where it is and keep our weight where it is. Don't worry about fulfilling the stat requirement, we don't need it, and fulfilling it would probably just make things more complicated. And don't let weight go down too much. And, well, nothing can change now, because this is where Kunamon is Digivolving. And Agumon is our Digimon. And his usefulness has ended straight away. We don't need him for anything else, now that we've had him as our Digimon. This is the bit where we want Agumon to fade away as quickly as possible. I don't know if I checked the possible Digivolutions, you know, the possible ultimate Digimon that Agumon might be able to Digivolve to, but there are 2 in total, Hercules Carboterimon and Piximon. Hercules Carboterimon, well, the care mistake requirement and weight requirement make him an instant no-no. Care mistakes, maximum of 5, weight 50 to 60. I'm currently not feeding Agumon, which means high care mistakes and low weight. Piximon is a bit more complicated. The care mistake requirement is a minimum of 15, and the weight requirement is 0 to 10. We do need to have Agumon for a minimum of 6 days before he can Digivolve to an ultimate Digimon, and I imagine that Kawagumon will still be alive when those 6 days are up. I don't think he would have faded away before then. And the way that we're going, when those 6 days are up, our care mistakes are going to be well over 15, and our weight is going to be 1, which is within the range of 0 to 10, and that means that both the care mistake requirement and the weight requirement for Piximon is going to be fulfilled, along with the bonus condition, and that's 3 of the requirements. The stat requirement is 300 attack and defense and 400 speed and brains. It'll be easy to avoid fulfilling the stat requirement. We just need to keep one of those stats under the threshold. And the same with Hercules Carboterimon. But at the moment we are going to be in a position where if we keep doing what we're doing, then we are going to fulfill 3 of the requirements for Piximon at the time in which we would have had Kawagumon for long enough in order for him to be able to Digivolve. So I think what we should do is carry on, and when we start to get to an age where we feel like the 6 days are almost up, I think that we would have to get out of the situation that we're in by force feeding Kawagumon and putting his weight up, putting it to over 10, so that we won't have the weight requirement for Piximon. Giant meats boost weight by 2. Our weight would have been at 1 to begin with. It's now at 15. So we're not fulfilling the weight requirement for Piximon anymore. But if our weight was to drop down to being within the range of 0 to 10, then we will fulfill the weight requirement for Piximon. We have to remember that using the toilet puts your Digimon's weight down, as does sleeping, so we do need to give giant meats to Kawagumon accordingly, so that his weight stays above 10. I think that would have put it to 15. If we let him use the toilet and then let him sleep, I think our weight would have gone down to being within the necessary range for Piximon by just sleeping and having Kawagumon mess on the floor in his sleep. We managed to keep our weight at 12. That will put it up to 14, I think. I think the toilet will put it down to 11. And we are fading away. We were successful with avoiding Piximon, I am pleased to say. I chose the green egg again because I am aiming for Kunamon again, and by the process of elimination you can probably figure out that Barkamon is the champion Digimon that I'm going to be aiming for this time. Kunamon can only digivolve to Kawagamon, Kabuterimon, Barkamon and Vegimon. In the previous lifespan, either Kawagamon or Barkamon would have been a useful Digivolution, but since we digivolved to Kawagamon in that lifespan, Kawagamon is no longer a useful Digivolution. Barkamon is the last remaining useful Digivolution that can come from Kunamon. And so Barkamon is the Digimon that I'm going to be aiming for. The only stat requirement is 1000 MP, and you can see that that's the stat that I'm currently training. 1000 MP is also the stat requirement for Vegimon, but not Kawagamon or Kabuterimon. I think I couldn't be bothered to take Bottomon to the toilet, so I just let him sleep. More care mistakes are going to come from when we have Kunamon as our Digimon. We need a minimum of 3 in order to fulfill the care mistake requirement for Barkamon, and I don't want to I don't want to be too restricting on my weight. Weight is important because it's also one of the requirements, so I think it's probably best if the care mistakes come from Kunamon messing on the floor, which is what we achieved in the previous lifespan, and by then our Virus Gorge might be close to being full, and I might just continue to let my Digimon mess on the floor just so that we can fill up the Virus Gorge, and by filling it up we will put it back down to being empty. It will mean Digivolving to Sukamon, but then with Sukamon as our Digimon we can clean up the city by eating all of the turds that are lying around. And I should be able to avoid the requirements for Etamon, and therefore eliminate any risk of me digivolving to an ultimate Digimon, and I would be able to just let Sukamon fade away. Right, we've got the stat requirement for Barkamon and Vegimon as well. We've got the bonus condition for every Digimon, so that's 2 requirements for Barkamon and Vegimon, 1 for Kawagamon and Kabuterimon. Fortunately, it's possible to only fulfill the care mistake requirement for Barkamon. The requirement for Barkamon is a minimum of 3, but the requirement for Vegimon and Kawagamon is a minimum of 5, and the requirement for Kabuterimon is a maximum of 1. So if we have 3 or 4 care mistakes, then we will have the care mistake requirement for Barkamon, because we would have a minimum of 3 care mistakes, but we wouldn't have the care mistake requirement for Carboterimon because our care mistakes would be more than 1, and we wouldn't have the care mistake requirement for Agumon or Digimon because our number of care mistakes would be under 5. So that would be 3 requirements for Barkamon, but still just 2 for Digimon and 1 for Agumon and Carboterimon. That just leaves the weight. If we have the weight requirement for Agumon or Carboterimon, then it wouldn't matter because we would only have 2 of their requirements. If we have the care mistake requirement for Barkamon, then that would mean 4 of the requirements for Barkamon and just 2 for Digimon. Barkamon's weight requirement is different to Digimon's weight requirement, and the weight requirement for both of those Digimon is different to the weight requirement for Agumon and Carboterimon. For Digimon it's 5 to 15, for Barkamon it's 15 to 25, for Carboterimon and Agumon it's 25 to 35. If our weight is under 5, then we wouldn't have the weight requirement for any Digimon, but we would still have 3 of the requirements for Barkamon, because we would still have stats, care mistakes and the bonus condition, but Digimon we would just have stats in the bonus condition, not weight or care mistakes. And Agumon and Carboterimon, I think we would just have the bonus condition. Having weight between 5 and 15 would mean having the weight requirement for Digimon and no other Digimon, and that would mean having 3 requirements for both Barkamon and Digimon. That would be worst case scenario, and that has to be avoided. Well, technically, if our weight was 15, then we would have the weight requirement for both Barkamon and Digimon, but that would be too much of a risk because we would have 3 requirements for Digimon, and that's all you need in order to be able to Digivolve to a Digimon. So even though the weight requirement for Barkamon is 15 to 25, if we want to only fulfill the weight requirement for Barkamon, then it would have to be 16 to 24, because 15 would also mean having the care mistake requirement for Digimon, and 25 would also mean having the weight requirement for Carboterimon and Agumon. I don't think that would matter though, because I think we would still only have 2 of the requirements for those Digimon. Well, really, as long as our weight isn't within the range of 5 to 15, then I think we should Digivolve to Agumon, providing that we get the care mistakes, 3 or 4. That's what I'm working towards. We've already got the stats, and we've already got the bonus condition. Yeah, if our weight isn't within the range of 5 to 15, then we won't have the weight requirement for Vegiemon, nor would we have the care mistake requirement for Vegiemon. The stats and bonus condition alone won't make us digivolve to Vegiemon. And yeah, we wouldn't have the stats for Kawagumon or Carbalterimon, nor the care mistakes. So even if we have the weight for them, that and the bonus condition wouldn't do it alone. Yeah, really we just need weight to be not within the range of 5 to 15. But to avoid the range by having our weight really low, we would have to either not feed Kunamon, which would be care mistakes, and we don't want to end up with 5 care mistakes, because then we would fulfill the care mistake requirement for Vegiemon and Kawagumon. I don't particularly want to have to catch black trouts just so that I can feed Kunamon and have his weight under 5. I think if we just feed him when he wants to eat and get the care mistakes from messing on the floor, and hopefully we will be able to keep weight above 15. If not, then we can resolve that problem by force feeding him. I did give Kunamon the last remaining Digi-Seabass. That would have put his weight up by 4, and hopefully we can keep weight above 15. Well, technically just not within the range of 5 to 15, but it would be easier to have our weight being too high for the range rather than too low for the range. It'd be easier to have weight above 15 rather than below 5. And by avoiding the weight requirement for Vegiemon, we might fulfill the weight requirement for Barkamon, but we don't need it, not with the 3 other requirements. If our weight was to somehow make it up to being within the range of 25 to 35, or more than that even, then it would be okay. We wouldn't digivolve to Kawagumon or Carbalterimon without the stat requirement, which we don't have the stats or the care mistakes for either of those Digimon. That's why it doesn't matter if we get the weight for them. We can continue to train. It's great that we've got 1000 MP, that's what was needed for Barkamon. And with MP at 1000, we have to make sure that HP, attack and speed don't all reach the threshold, because then we would have the stats for Kawagumon and Carbalterimon. We just need to keep one of those stats under the threshold. So either keep HP under 1000 or keep attack under 100, or keep speed under 100. So either keep HP down, or keep attack down, or keep speed down. If you keep one of them down, then it's okay if the other two reach the threshold. That won't be enough in order to fulfill the stat requirement for Agumon or Carbuteriumon. I think all is good at the moment. I think the general guideline is to not let weight fall down to being under 16. Not at the time of Digivolution anyway, and don't let care mistakes reach 5. And I suppose don't let HP, attack and speed all make it up to the threshold. At the moment I'm just training MP, which is boosting defense as well, but defense is not part of the equation. MP is the only stat requirement for the champion Digimon that we are aiming for, and a different champion Digimon who we're not aiming for. Barkamon being the one we are aiming for, Kawagumon being the one we are not aiming for. And we also have the bonus condition for both of those Digimon. That makes it 2 requirements each. But we currently only have the care mistake requirement for Barkamon, not Vegemon. And we currently only have the weight requirement for Barkamon and not Vegemon. Carbuteriumon, we definitely won't get the care mistake requirement for him, and it's not going to be hard to avoid the stat requirement. We shouldn't have any difficulty avoiding the weight requirement. That just leaves the bonus condition, which we are fulfilling. Kawagumon, it is possible to reach the care mistake requirement for him, and it's vital we don't, because the care mistake requirement for Kawagumon is the same as the care mistake requirement for Vegemon, and we are not too far away from accidentally fulfilling 3 requirements for Vegemon. But with Kawagumon, even if we were to get the care mistake requirement, we still wouldn't have the weight requirement or the stat requirement. Long story short, I think Vegemon is the biggest threat, but we know what needs to be done to avoid Vegemon. I think we probably have all 4 of the requirements for Barkamon at the moment. We definitely have the stats and care mistakes in the bag. Sorry, no, stats and bonus condition in the bag, and currently the care mistakes and the weight. Now, I don't think it matters if we have 3 requirements for Barkamon or 4, as long as we don't have 3 of the requirements for any of the other champion Digimon. Barkamon can digivolve to Skullgreymon and Guromon. And the way it's been during my previous lifespans, I would take a guess that care mistakes are going to be high and weight is going to be low, and we're probably not going to fulfill the stat requirement for any ultimate Digimon. But for Skullgreymon, the care mistake requirement is a minimum of 10, and the weight requirement is 25 to 35. We would have the care mistake requirement for Skullgreymon, unfortunately, plus the bonus condition, of course, but we wouldn't have the weight requirement or the stat requirement, so we wouldn't have to worry about Skullgreymon. Barkamon can also digivolve to Guromon, and Guromon is a bigger problem because the care mistake requirement is a minimum of 15 and the weight is 0 to 10, and well, the way that we've been going so far, we would fulfill those requirements as well as the bonus condition. That's 3 requirements even without the stat requirement, and like with a previous lifespan where we had to force feed our Digimon to put our weight up, I think we would have the same problem in the case of Guromon. Barkamon is the Digimon we have digivolved to. I don't want to digivolve to an ultimate. We would be able to avoid Skullgreymon no problem, but Guromon wouldn't be so straightforward. When we would get to the age of about 10, we would have to force feed Barkamon. But I did say about the idea of filling up the virus gorge and digivolving to Sukamon. And if we were to do that, then Sukamon can only digivolve to Etamon. From the looks of things, care mistakes would have to stay at 0, which they definitely wouldn't. And our weight would have to be between 10 and 20. And we would have no problem with ensuring that our weight is below that target. And that means that worst case scenario, we would only be able to fulfill 2 of the requirements, stats and the bonus condition. So I think Sukamon can get us out of trouble here, because if we continue with Barkamon, I think we would have to force feed Barkamon at times to avoid digivolving to Guromon. But if we digivolve to Sukamon, I don't think there will be any complications. I did take Barkamon to the toilet just then, and that's because I was close to the time in which Barkamon wants to sleep at, and I wanted to let Barkamon sleep to pass the time, and then I let him mess on the floor the next time he wanted to go. And now we are digivolving to Sukamon after already passing the time from avoiding Sukamon initially so we could let Barkamon sleep. And when we digivolve to Sukamon, I think Sukamon will want to sleep or be close to wanting to sleep. Yes, so we can pass even more time just by letting Sukamon sleep. Is that only 3 champion Digimon left? I remember it being 9, but then Angemon and Devimon brought it down to 7. Shaomon and Seadramon brought it down to 5. Barkamon and Kawagamon must have brought it down to 3. So I assume that just leaves Agumon, Unimon, and Kokatorimon. And what eggs do we need for those Digimon? That is something I can check. Now, the city is a prettier place when it's not covered in feces, so Sukamon can make himself useful by eating away at it all. That one looks like it's hard to get to, but we got there. Sukamon needs the toilet himself. Nothing in there. Nothing up here. There are a couple in here. And looks like there's one hidden here as well. Right, with the city cleaned up, I think we just need to train until Sukamon fades away. And we only have 3 champion Digimon left. Hopefully they are all champion Digimon that we will be able to Digivolve to. Agumon, Unimon, Kokatorimon. I don't think any of those Digimon can come as a result of a special Digivolution. And I don't think there's any way of getting hold of Digivolution items for those Digimon. For Kokatorimons, you would need Penguinmon recruited. For Agumons or Unimons, I think you would need Greymon recruited. Right, Agumon. Can he Digivolve to any of the 3 champion Digimon that we are lacking? Greymon, Miramon, Birdramon, Centauramon, Monochromon, Tyrannomon. Conclusion, the answer is no. Gabumon, Centauramon, Monochromon, Dromolgemon, Tyrannomon, Olgamon, Garulamon. Okay, well, Gabumon can Digivolve to Olgamon, but so can Patamon. So, to Digivolve to Olgamon, we would either need the green egg or the yellow egg. Patamon, Dromolgemon, Tyrannomon, Olgamon, Leomon, Angemon, Unimon. That's 2 of the Digimon that we are missing. Olgamon and Unimon, but not Kokatorimon. Aletmon, Leomon, Angemon, Barkamon, and Kokatorimon. So Aletmon, who comes from the blue egg, can Digivolve to Kokatorimon. But I think Kokatorimon can also come from Biomon. Yes, that is correct. So Olgamon could come from the green egg, Gabumon, or could also come from the yellow egg, Patamon. Unimon can also come from Patamon and therefore the yellow egg. Kokatorimon can come from Biomon, who comes from the yellow egg. So it looks like we might be able to only need the yellow egg here onwards. Or certainly if we wanted to, it looks like it would be possible to make do with just the yellow egg. Biomon can Digivolve to Birdramon, Airdramon, Kokatorimon, Unimon, and Carbuterimon. That's 2 of the 3 Digimon. The other one, Olgamon, can come from Patamon, who comes from the same egg as Biomon. I mean, we could use the green egg for Olgamon, or we could just use the yellow egg. Kunamon can Digivolve to Barkamon, Carbuterimon, Kawagamon and Vegiemon. Got all of them, so don't need Kunamon again. Palmon can digivolve to Kawagumon, Vegemon, Ninjamon, Waymon and Colamon. Had all of them. Betamon can digivolve to Seadramon, Waymon, Shaomon and Colamon. We've had all of them, so the pink egg has no use. Penguinmon can digivolve to Waymon, Shaomon, Garulamon, Frigimon and Moldramon. We've already had all of those Digimon. Penguinmon comes from the blue egg, as does Electmon. Electmon can digivolve to Kokatorimon, which could give the blue egg a bit of value. The blue egg could have a bit of value because of Electmon being able to digivolve to Kokatorimon. The green egg could have a bit of value because of Gabumon being able to digivolve to Agumon, but all three of the remaining champion Digimon can come from the yellow egg. Patamon and Biomon between them can digivolve to Unimon, Agumon and Kokatorimon. Biomon can digivolve to two of them, Kokatorimon and Unimon. Patamon can also digivolve to two of them, Unimon and Agumon. So it looks like Unimon can come from either Patamon or Biomon, and then we would need Patamon for Agumon and need Biomon for Kokatorimon, and not need Gabumon or Electmon, therefore not need the green egg or the blue egg. I've already established that the pink egg is useless, so too is Kunamon. So yeah, it looks like it's possible to make do with just the yellow egg. The yellow egg is the egg that I picked this time. I only have the baby Digimon, but I can digivolve to Tokamon and then digivolve to either Patamon or Biomon. Either way, I would be making progress, because both Digimon can digivolve to two of the champion Digimon I haven't yet had, and between them we can get all three of the remaining Digimon. Well, to digivolve to Patamon, have attack or brains as your superior stat, or possibly HP. To digivolve to Biomon, have defense or speed as your superior stat, or possibly MP. The care mistake requirement for Unimon... Sorry. Actually, no, I think I'm getting a bit ahead of myself. I was just about to look at the requirements for the champion Digimon, but I'm not sure if I'm possibly getting a bit ahead of myself by doing that. If I was to digivolve to Patamon and then digivolve to Agumon, I could then get the remaining champion Digimon with just Biomon. If I was to Digivolve to Biomon and Digivolve to Kokatorimon, then I could get the remaining 2 champion Digimon from just Patamon. So I'm thinking it might make logical sense to aim for Agumon or Unimon first, so that then the remaining 2 champion Digimon can be done with the same 1 rookie Digimon, and I think it's just less confusing that way, because I think it's easier to keep track of which rookie Digimon you want. Okay. Well, so far I've trained in a way that would help with Digivolving to Patamon and not help with Digivolving to Biomon. And if I was to Digivolve to Patamon, then it would make the most sense to Digivolve to the champion Digimon that Patamon can Digivolve to, which Biomon can't Digivolve to, that being Agumon. Not to mention that by getting Agumon out of the way, we would then eliminate any usefulness that the green egg would have. Although you could say the same about Biomon, because one of her champion Digimon was a Digimon that Alepmon was able to Digivolve to. And by getting that Digimon from Biomon, you would eliminate any usefulness the blue egg has. But we can only do 1 Digivolution at a time. Our attack and our HP are our most superior stats, and I think that is what's needed for Patamon. It's also what's needed for Agumon. The stat requirement for Agumon is 1000 HP and 100 attack. We do already have that in the bag, and don't have any other stats at their threshold. The care mistake requirement is a minimum of 5. That's going to require us to either mess on the floor to get the care mistakes, or not feed Patamon to get the care mistakes. But you do also have to be mindful of weight. The weight requirement for Agumon is 25 to 35. That is pretty high. But we've already got the stats and the bonus condition, and it shouldn't be hard to get the care mistake requirement as well. Patamon is our rookie Digimon. And yeah, it looks like we can get 3 requirements for Agumon. We just need to have the care mistakes with Patamon. That's counted as 2 already, just from not feeding him that one time. The stats and bonus condition are a guarantee, but we do also need to look at the other Digimon that Patamon can digivolve to, because we don't want to fulfill 3 of the requirements for any of those Digimon. Digivolving, we are going to fulfill the care mistake requirement for him, because we need a minimum of 3 care mistakes for him, and getting a minimum of 3 would mean getting a... Sorry, for Agumon we need a minimum of 5 care mistakes, and getting a minimum of 5 care mistakes would mean getting a minimum of 3 care mistakes. And the stat requirement for Digimon is 100 attack. We're in a position where getting the care mistake requirement and stat requirement for Agumon also means getting the stat requirement and care mistake requirement for Digimon. And it's common knowledge that we will get the bonus condition as well. That's 3 requirements for Digimon. But the weight requirement for Digimon is 35 to 45. And the weight requirement for Agumon, I think, was 25 to 35. By force feeding Patamon or using heavier food items, we could get 4 requirements for Agumon and 3 for Digimon, and I hope that that would mean Digivolving to Agumon and not Digimon. It's a bit unfortunate that the bonus condition is a guarantee for all Digimon, and we can't get the care mistake and stat requirement for Agumon without also getting it for Digimon. Well, I'm not sure how the mechanics or programming works, but I'm hoping that we can digivolve to Agumon. I'm thinking fulfilling 4 requirements for Agumon while only having 3 for Digimon could help with digivolving to Agumon. Since Digimon's only stat requirement is attack, that makes me wonder if attack is like the key stat for Digimon, and if we have HP greatly superior to attack, so that our attack is not our best stat overall, then maybe that might help with getting Agumon. And by having 5 care mistakes, even though we've got the care mistake requirement for both Digimon, we would be closer to the minimum requirement for Agumon than we would for Digivolving, because the minimum requirement for Digivolving is 3, the minimum requirement for Agumon is 5, and if we have 5 or more care mistakes, then it will be closer to 5 than 3. It will be closer to the minimum amount that's needed for Agumon rather than Digivolving. Maybe that might also help. These are loose ideas, but I'm just really hoping that we can get Agumon, and I am worried about how much Digivolving could interfere. Let's look at the other Digimon. I've looked at Agumon and Digivolving. Move on to Machinedramon. The stat requirement is 1000 HP and 100 defense. Seeing as we've got the HP because we need it for Agumon, it would be a very good idea to keep defense under 100 so we don't also get the stat requirement for Machinedramon. I think I didn't feed Patamon 3 times and did it so that it would count as double each time, that being 6 care mistakes. The care mistake requirement for Machinedramon is a maximum of 5. If I had exactly 5 care mistakes, then I would have the care mistake requirement for Machinedramon as well as Agumon, but I think I've got 6 care mistakes, so that I only have the care mistake requirement for Agumon and not Machinedramon. The weight requirement is 25 to 35. I think that's the same for Agumon. But since if we don't get the stats or care mistakes for Machinedramon, then the weight and bonus condition would only be 2 requirements. So going by that, I think it would be okay to have the weight for Machinedramon and Agumon. Leomon, the care mistake requirement is 100 attack, speed and brains. We've got the 100 attack because that's part of what you need for Agumon. I don't think we have the speed or brains, and we just need to keep one of them down so that we don't get the care mistake requirement for Leomon. I mean the stat requirement for Leomon. The care mistake requirement for Leomon, maximum of 1, we've gone over that. And then the weight requirement, 15 to 25. So we have the bonus condition for Leomon, but not the care mistake requirement, and that means that we can afford to get one of the other requirements for Leomon, but not both of them. So it'd be okay if we get the stats for Leomon, but not the weight, or if we get the weight requirement for Leomon and not the stats. But if we were to get both of them, then that would bring it up to 3 requirements fulfilled. Agumon, the stat requirement is 1000 MP and 100 brains. I don't think I have either of those. Care mistake requirement has to be 0. We definitely haven't got that. Weight requirement 15 to 25. I think our weight is under that. So we only have the bonus condition for Agumon at the moment, we definitely won't get the care mistake requirement. And then as long as we don't get both the weight requirement and the stat requirement, then we're not going to get 3 requirements for Agumon. So Digivolving, Tyrannomon, Agumon, Leomon, Agumon, Unimon. Unimon is a needed Digimon, but we are aiming for Agumon at the moment. Stat requirement 1000 HP and 100 speed. As long as we keep speed under 100, we won't have the stat requirement for Unimon. Care mistake requirement maximum of 3. We've already gone over that. Weight requirement 25 to 35. We are a long way adrift of having our weight high enough for Unimon. We do naturally have the bonus condition, but we definitely won't get the care mistake requirement, and the only way that there would be a risk of us digivolving to Unimon is if we were to get both the stat requirement and the weight requirement, I really don't think that's going to be happening, because I'm training HP and attack, and my weight is a long way adrift of 25. Well, how it looks at the moment, we have the stat requirement, care mistake requirement, and bonus condition for both Agumon and Digivolving, but we don't have the weight requirement for either of them. So this does strike me as a risky scenario. Really, I can only I mean, I don't know if the likelihood is that we will digivolve to Agumon. I don't know if I've done things so that we will digivolve to Agumon, or if luck is needed. But we're about to find out who we are digivolving to. And it is Agumon, and like with the previous several champion Digimon that we've had, we just want Agumon to fade away as quickly as possible and not digivolve to an ultimate Digimon. Agumon can digivolve to either Andromon or Guromon. Andromon, the care mistake requirement is a maximum of 5. The weight requirement is 35 to 45. if we just continue the way that we've been and not feed our Digimon, then we can safely rule out Andromon, because care mistakes will be far too high, weight will be far too low, the bonus condition and stats can't do it alone, and I don't think we even have the stat requirement for Andromon, but without the care mistake requirement and the weight requirement, I don't think we need to worry about Andromon, and that's regardless of whether we get the stat requirement. Guromon is a problem. Care mistake requirement minimum of 15, weight requirement 0 to 10. If we just keep doing what we're doing for the rest of Agumon's life, then once we reach the point in which we've had Agumon for 6 days, care mistakes will be over 15, and weight will be at 1, which is within the range of 0 to 10. We would have the bonus condition as well. So even if we avoid the stat requirement, we will still have 3 of the requirements met. I think we've been in this sort of position before, and the solution was to force feed our Digimon once we were close to the point in which we had had our champion Digimon for long enough in order for it to be able to Digivolve. By force feeding the Digimon, we put its weight up to being over the limit, so not within the range that's needed, and we kept an eye on our weight and ensured that it didn't drop down to being within the range. And I think that's going to be the solution here as well. I think that when we've had Agumon for long enough in order for it to be possible for him to Digivolve, we will have to force feed him so that his weight is not within the range of 0 to 10. His weight would have to be 11 or more, and we would have to keep it above 10. So keep it at a minimum of 11. It would be great if Agumon could fade away before the 6 days are up, the 6 days of having Agumon as our Digimon, but I don't think that's likely. We probably will be caused the inconvenience of having to avoid the weight requirement for Guromon, because I know that we have the bonus condition for both Andromon and Guromon, but not the stats for either Digimon. And we don't have the weight or the care mistakes for Andromon, so that's just the bonus condition for him. And even if we were to get the stats for Andromon, that'd still only be 2 requirements. And then the other Digimon, Guromon, is it? Well, we know we've got the care mistakes, and if we have the weight as well, then that's going to be 3 requirements. Avoid the weight and avoid the stats as well. We can make do with just having the bonus condition and the care mistake requirement. We're not going to digivolve with just 2 requirements met. And I don't think I intended for Agumon to mess on the floor. $14 weight. Having our brain stat where it is, I think, is stopping us from fulfilling the stat requirement for either Digimon. Yeah, I don't think Andromon is a problem. I think the problem is Guromon. That's put our weight up to 15. Oh, and we're fading away. Okay, that works very nicely. And if we are going to stick with the yellow egg, then we are going to need Biomon at least once, if not both times. Patamon could still be useful for one of the Digimon. Only 2 champion Digimon left. unsurprisingly, Tokamon is the in-training Digimon that I've digivolved to, and will also be the in-training Digimon that I digivolve to in the next lifespan. I've just got up the Digivolution guide. The two remaining champion Digimon are Unimon and Kokatorimon. Biomon can digivolve to both of those Digimon. It is possible to also get Kokatorimon from Electmon, and it's possible to also get Unimon from Patamon. Well, technically, it looks like we wouldn't actually need Biomon, because we could get Kokatorimon from Electmon and Unimon from Patamon. But I think it makes sense just to aim for Biomon both times, so that I only need to remember the requirements for one rookie Digimon, instead of complicating things by contemplating other rookie Digimon. As well as being able to digivolve to Unimon and Kokatorimon, who are the needed champion Digimon, Biomon can also digivolve to Birdramon, Airdramon and Carbuterimon, and those are 3 champion Digimon we want to be avoiding. And well, the stat requirement for Biomon is for defense or speed to be your superior stat. The requirement for Patamon is for attack or brains to be your superior stat. Having HP as your superior stat might result in you digivolving to Patamon. Having MP as your superior stat might result in you digivolving to Biomon. But the guide is a lot more conclusive with the fact that defense or speed will equal Biomon. Speed is my highest stat at the moment, which is one of the stats for Biomon. And I would be making progress regardless of whether I digivolve to Unimon or Kokatorimon, but nonetheless I'm aiming for Unimon in this lifespan. The requirements for Unimon are 1000 HP and 100 speed. Very conveniently, speed is a significant stat for both Biomon and Unimon. I've just gotten speed up to 100, which is as far as speed needs to go, but also need to get HP up to 1000. The care mistake requirement is a maximum of 3. The weight requirement is 25 to 35, and one of the bonus conditions is to have a minimum of 35 techniques. Out of those stats, the hardest to fulfill will be the weight requirement. If we digivolve to Biomon, then I will immediately be fulfilling the bonus condition and care mistake requirement. The bonus condition is there to stay. The care mistake requirement will stay as long as I don't exceed 3 care mistakes. It won't take much to fulfill the stat requirement, just need to get HP up to 1000. Weight will be the hardest requirement to fulfill, but it is possible to be successful without fulfilling one of the requirements. So it might be possible to digivolve to Unimon without the weight requirement, depending on the other possible Digivolutions and what their requirements are. Biomon is my rookie Digimon, so we have succeeded with the first step. But let's look at the other Digivolutions. Kokatorimon, which would also be a good thing. The stat requirement is just 1000 HP. That means that I will fulfill the stat requirement for Kokatorimon by fulfilling the stat requirement for Unimon. The care mistake requirement is a minimum of 3 rather than a maximum of 3. So I suppose if we have between 0 to 2 care mistakes, then we would fulfill the care mistake requirement for Unimon and not Kokatorimon. If it was Kokatorimon that we were aiming for in this lifespan, then I suppose 4 care mistakes would mean fulfilling the care mistake requirement for Kokatorimon and not Unimon, something to consider in the next lifespan. I did not feed Biomon once, and I trained instead, and made it past the last opportunity to feed her. That would have counted as 2 care mistakes, but we're still within the range of 0 to 3, which is what you need for Unimon. The weight requirement for Kokatorimon is the same as the weight requirement for Unimon, 25 to 35. And one of the bonus conditions is a minimum of 28 techniques. We've got the stats and the bonus condition for Kokatorimon, but we need to avoid the care mistake requirement and the weight requirement. And from that, I think we probably don't want to fulfill the weight requirement for Unimon, because by doing so we would fulfill 3 of the requirements for Kokatorimon. Biomon can also digivolve to Birdramon. One of the stat requirement, well, the only stat requirement is 100 speed, and that's part of the requirement for Unimon. So it's inevitable that by fulfilling the stat requirement for Unimon, we are also fulfilling the stat requirement for Birdramon, plus Kokatorimon as well. The care mistake requirement for Birdramon is the same as Kokatorimon, minimum of 3. The weight requirement is 15 to 25, and one of the bonus conditions is a minimum of 35 techniques. The stat requirement and care mistake, the stat requirement and bonus condition are both guarantees. The care mistake requirement can be avoided by not having any more care mistakes. But the weight requirement might be a bit risky. 15 to 25. We don't want our weight to be within that range, because if it is, then we would have 3 requirements. For Birdramon, we would need our weight to either be under 15 or, well, I would say over 25, but we can't have weight within the range of 25 to 35, because that's what's needed for Kokatorimon. So it's looking more like either under 15 or over 35. But when I look at the requirements for the other Digimon, it might become even more complicated. Airdramon. The stat requirement, 1000 MP, 100 speed and 100 brains. Care mistake requirement, maximum of 1. Weight requirement, same as Kokatorimon and Unimon, 25 to 35. And one of the bonus conditions is to have a minimum of 35 techniques. We've got the speed for Airdramon, but not the MP or brains, and therefore we don't have the stat requirement for Airdramon, nor do we have the care mistake requirement for Airdramon, because we've had 2 care mistakes, which exceeds the limit for Airdramon. We are not currently fulfilling the weight requirement. We are fulfilling the bonus condition, but as long as we keep MP and brains under the threshold, it will be impossible to fulfill any more than 2 of the requirements for Airdramon. Birdramon, Airdramon, Kokatorimon, Unimon, and then it just leaves Carbalterimon. The stat requirement is 1000 HP and MP and 100 attack and speed. We've got the HP and speed, but we don't have the MP or attack. The care mistake requirement is the same as Airdramon, maximum of 1. We've gone over that. The weight requirement is 25 to 35, the same as Unimon and Kokatorimon, plus Airdramon as well. And then one of the bonus conditions is a minimum of 35 techniques. So currently we only have the bonus condition for Carbalterimon, and as long as we keep MP and attack under the thresholds, we won't fulfill any more than 2 of the requirements for Carbalterimon. But even if we did have the stats for Carbalterimon, without the weight, it would still be no more than 2 care mistakes fulfilled. Weight is 13, a tiny bit shy of 15. I'm glad that it's under 15, but it is very close. I don't want to speak too soon, but at the moment it's all looking pretty positive. With our weight where it is, and our stats where they are, and our care mistakes where they are, I think that we are fulfilling 3 of the requirements for Unimon, but only, but no more than 2 of the requirements for any of the other champion Digimon. I was worried about weight, but it's looking like we can keep it under 15. When I didn't feed Biomon, that really did help, because not only did it result in us not having the care mistake requirement for Agumon or Carboteriumon, but it also helped with not having the weight requirement for Birdramon. Two care mistakes was the ideal amount, because by having 2 care mistakes it was too high for Agumon or Carboteriumon, because their requirement was a maximum of 1. 2 care mistakes was too low for Birdramon or Kokotorimon, because the requirement for them was a minimum of 3. So by having, if we had 1 care mistake, then we still would have fulfilled the care mistake requirement for Carboteriumon and Agumon, same as if we had 0 care mistakes. If we had 3 or more care mistakes, then we would have fulfilled the requirement for Kokotorimon and Birdramon, but by having 2 care mistakes we were within range for the Digimon that we are aiming for, Unimon, because the requirement is a maximum of 3, and we were also able to avoid having 1 or less care mistakes, or 3 or more care mistakes, which were the requirements for the other Digimon. Yeah, anything between 0 and 3 care mistakes would have been the requirement for Unimon, but 1 or less also would have meant having the right number of care mistakes for Carbolterimon and Airdramon, whereas 3 care mistakes would have meant having the right number of care mistakes for Kokotorimon and Birdramon. And if we exceeded 3 care mistakes, then we still would have been fulfilling the requirement for Birdramon and Kokotorimon, and we no longer would have been fulfilling the requirement for Unimon, and that would have been probably the worst case scenario. I think Biomon is 4 and wants to sleep. When we wake up, she will be 5, and I think there's a good chance that she would then Digivolve on the very next hour. And I never have the confidence to say for certain that the Digivolution will be the one that we are aiming for, but it does look like we should Digivolve to Unimon. It looks like Unimon is the only Digimon that we can Digivolve to. I don't think we have 3 of the requirements for any other Digimon. We are Digivolving. Are we Digivolving to a champion Digimon for the second final time in this challenge? Quite possibly, because Unimon is our Digimon, and that only leaves 1 other Digimon that we are yet to Digivolve to, that being Kokotorimon. We won't be able to get Kokotorimon in this lifespan, but if we fade away and start over, pick the yellow egg once again, and Digivolve to Biomon, then we might be able to max out the Digivolution chart. And the only useful thing that we can do in this lifespan, now that we've got Unimon, is just to have him fade away as quickly as possible, because no more progress can be made until the next lifespan. And if I look at the Digivolution guide, Unimon can Digivolve to Guromon or Phoenixmon. Right, if this is another scenario where we just train and don't feed our Digimon, then we know that our care mistakes are going to be very high, and our weight is going to be very low, and knowledge of that is enough to rule out Phoenixmon, because you need a maximum of 3 care mistakes. Well, the care mistake requirement is a maximum of 3, and the weight requirement is 25 to 35. And our care mistakes are going to be comfortably over that limit, and our weight is going to be comfortably below the range that's needed. But I do recall Guromon being an issue in previous lifespans when I've been in this scenario, and the reason for that is because the care mistake requirement is a minimum of 15, and the weight requirement is 0 to 10, and that means that if we carry on doing things the way we currently are, then the only way we won't digivolve to Guromon is if Unimon fades away before we've had Unimon for long enough in order for him to be able to digivolve. We would have to have Unimon for a minimum of 6 days. We were 5 when we got him, so it looks like we would probably be 11 when he would be able to digivolve. I know we're being a bad tamer by not feeding Unimon and working him hard and seeing the sweat bubble, and that will help with reducing our lifespan, but I think that likelihood is Unimon would still be alive when he's 11, and we would have to make an effort to avoid Guromon, and that would mean having to force feed Unimon when the timing is right, so that when we make it up to the 6-day period, the 6-day threshold, then our weight will not be within the range of 0 to 10. We would have to force feed Unimon and ensure that our weight goes no lower than 11. We don't need to worry yet, because Unimon can't currently digivolve, but it probably is going to be an issue that we are going to encounter. I'm aiming to try and have balanced stats, so that when I fade away, and start my next lifespan, hopefully my stats would be relatively balanced, and then it would be easier to make sure that the stats that are needed for Digivolving to... Well, if our stats are balanced when we begin the next lifespan, then it would be easy to train a stat that we need in order to Digivolve to Biomon, so that stat would be higher and it would make Digivolving to Biomon easier, and it would be easy for, the stat to overtake the other stats, and for the unwanted stats to remain inferior. And that is something that would also help when we are aiming for a champion Digimon. It should be easier to make sure that the stats that we want to be superior are superior, because it shouldn't take too much training to make sure that the necessary stats are superior, the necessary stats are over the thresholds, and then the stats that we don't want are under the threshold. I seem to recall HP being the only necessary stat for Kokatorimon, but we do have to Digivolve to Biomon before we can Digivolve to Kokatorimon. And I think Speed or Brains was a stat for Biomon. Right, we'll be 13 when we wake up, and we've been a very bad tamer for the duration in which we've had Unimon as a Digimon, and that makes me think that Unimon can't have much life left in him, and the day that we wake up on will surely be the day that we fade away on. Yes, we are fading away now. Right. Yellow egg is the egg to pick. Poyomon will hatch from it and Digivolve to Tokamon. I think that we need Speed or Brains to be our superior stat, so that we will Digivolve to Biomon. And then the only stat requirement for Kokatorimon is 1000 HP. We'll have no problem training our HP and getting it up to 1000, but we probably don't want to do that when we are Poyomon or Tokamon, because having high HP might affect the rookie Digimon that we Digivolve to. We need to Digivolve to Biyomon before we can Digivolve to Kokatorimon. So I'm just going to check the stat requirement for Biyomon. Oh, okay, it's the stat requirement for Biyomon is for either defense or speed to be the superior stat, whereas for Patamon, it's attack or brains. Right, okay, so if we focus on Digivolving to Biyomon, we need either defense to be our best stat or speed to be our best stat. But we don't necessarily want to train either of those stats to the extent where they reach 100, because that might result in us fulfilling the stat requirement for champion Digimon that we don't want to be Digivolving to. Ideally, we could go about this in a way where HP is our only stat that reaches the threshold of 1,000, which is what we need for Kokatorimon, and the only stat that we need. But the other stats could be a problem, because we need defense or speed to be the best stat in order to Digivolve to Biyomon, but we don't necessarily want to go too far with either of those stats, because it could influence the champion Digimon that we Digivolve to, especially if either of those stats were to reach 100. I'm just going to go over the different Digivolutions. Biyomon. I'm just going to focus on the Digivolutions and the stats. Kokatorimon, it's just 1,000 HP. Birdramon, it's just 100 speed. So that immediately screams out that speed is a stat that we need to go careful with. Airdramon, it's MP, speed and brains. You would only have to keep one of those down. If we need to keep speed down to avoid Birdramon, then we can also avoid Airdramon by keeping speed down. Having MP and brains over the thresholds won't mean fulfilling the stat requirement for Airdramon if we don't have the speed as well. And keeping speed under the threshold will also rule out Birdramon. So Birdramon, Airdramon, Kokatorimon, Unimon. Speed is relevant for Unimon as well. The stat requirement is 1,000 HP and 100 speed. We need the 1,000 HP for Kokatorimon, and if we were to allow our speed to get up to 100, then we would fulfill the stat requirement for Unimon, because we need the HP for Kokotorimon, and by getting the HP for Kokotorimon, we would have one of the stats for Unimon. And if speed was to make it up to 100, then we would fulfill the stat requirement for Unimon. But keeping speed under 100 will be enough to not fulfill the stat requirement for Unimon, regardless of HP. It would be enough to not fulfill the stat requirement for Airdramon, regardless of the other two stats that were significant for Airdramon. And it would be enough to not fulfill the stat requirement for Birdramon, because 100 speed is the only stat requirement for Birdramon. Then that just leaves Carbolterimon. Speed is significant for him as well, because you need 100 speed along with 1000 HP and MP plus 100 attack. And keeping speed under 100 would mean also not fulfilling the stat requirement for Carbolterimon, regardless of what our other stats are looking like. So, all in all, it looks like having HP at 1000 or more is all we need in order to fulfill the stat requirement for Kokotorimon, and keeping speed under 100 is all we need in order to not fulfill the stat requirement for any of the other champion Digimon. And that's regardless of any of the other stats, and in which case it looks like it's okay if MP makes it up to the threshold, and the same, and it looks like it would be okay if attack, defense, or brains were to make it up to the threshold. Speed is one of the stats for Biomon, but that's a stat we have to be very careful with. Defense is also a stat for Biomon, and I don't think we need to be careful with defense. I don't think we need to be careful with attack or brains or HP or MP. I think it's just speed that needs to stay under the threshold. Well, HP needs to exceed the threshold, or at least, HP needs to reach the threshold. Speed needs to stay under the threshold, and I think all of the other stats are irrelevant. I don't think it will make any difference if they reach their thresholds or not. That's just in regards to stats. There are 3 other requirements as well, and we know full well that we will fulfill the bonus condition for every champion Digimon, but it's looking like we can fulfill the stat requirement for Kokotorimon while avoiding the stat requirement for all of the other Digimon, and then we would only need weight or care mistakes for Kokotorimon in order to bring it up to 3 requirements. As for the other champion Digimon, if we've got the bonus condition for all of them and the stat requirement for none of them, then the only way that we would fulfill 3 requirements for any of those Digimon is if we were to fulfill both the care mistake requirement and the weight requirement. If we can avoid just one of those for each of the other champion Digimon, then I'm feeling pretty optimistic that Digivolve into Kokatorimon is something that would be very achievable. Attack is quite a bit lower than the other stats, but that will go up from training HP, which I will need to do so I can fulfill the stat requirement for Kokatorimon. And I guess I was feeling a bit nervous about what next to train, and I think that's why I went and rested instead of continuing to train. And this is where we digivolve to a rookie. Biomon is the rookie. At the moment, all of our stats are under the thresholds. It's easy to train HP and put that over the threshold. It will raise attack as well, but we can train quite a lot of HP while still keeping attack under the threshold. But even if attack was to exceed the threshold, I don't think it would matter as long as speed stays under 100. We've got the stat requirement for Kokatorimon in the bag, along with the bonus condition. Let's take a look at the other requirements. The care mistake requirement for Kokatorimon is a minimum 3. And I seem to recall the stat requirement for Unimon being a maximum of 3, and that means that if we were to just have 3 care mistakes, then although we would fulfill the care mistake requirement for Kokatorimon, we would also fulfill the care mistake requirement for Unimon. But if we were to go slightly over 3 care mistakes and have 4 instead, then we would continue to fulfill the care mistake requirement for Kokatorimon and not fulfill the care mistake requirement for Unimon. Right, there's 2 care mistakes for not feeding Biomon there and then. Do that once more, and that will be 4 care mistakes. That will be the care mistake requirement sorted. And after then, it would probably be okay to stop having care mistakes. Leave it at 4. Weight requirement for Kokatorimon is 25 to 35. One of the bonus conditions is a minimum of 28 techniques. We've got the stats and the bonus condition. Get the care mistakes as well, and that will be 3 requirements. Currently, weight doesn't look too significant, but I will just keep the weight in mind for the time being. Right, and that's 4 care mistakes. So we do now have 3 of the requirements for Kokatorimon. If I look at Birdramon, stat requirement is just 100 speed. Well, that's simple, just keep speed under 100. Care mistake requirement is the same as Kokatorimon, a minimum of 3. And therefore we are fulfilling the care mistake requirement for Birdramon. One of the bonus conditions, a minimum of 35 techniques, we've got that as well. And then the weight requirement is 15 to 25. I know in my previous lifespan I wanted to keep weight under 15, and I was able to fulfill that. And it looks like that's going to be compulsory in this lifespan as well. If I can keep weight under 15 and keep speed under 100, then I will only have 2 of the requirements for Birdramon. Airdramon, the stat requirement is 1000 MP, 100 speed and 100 brains. Just keep speed under 100 and we won't have the stat requirement for Airdramon. The care mistake requirement is a maximum of 1, we've already exceeded that. The weight requirement is the same as Kokatorimon and Unimon, 25 to 35. One of the bonus conditions is a minimum of 35 techniques. At the moment we only have the bonus condition. We definitely won't get the care mistakes, and it will be very easy to avoid the stat requirement and weight requirement as well. Keeping speed under 100 will be enough to avoid the stat requirement, and keeping weight under 25 will be enough to fulfill the weight requirement, but I think keeping weight under 15 should be the aim, so that we rule out the weight requirement for Birdramon as well. Unimon, stat requirement is 1000 HP and 100 speed. The only reason why we aren't fulfilling the stat requirement for Unimon is because our speed is under 100. And that makes it all the more crucial to keep things that way. The care mistake requirement is a maximum of 3. But we've had 4 care mistakes, so we've got the care mistakes for Kokatorimon in the bag, but not Unimon because we've gone over 3. The weight requirement 25 to 35, and then one of the bonus conditions is to have a minimum of 35 techniques. We definitely will have the bonus condition, and definitely won't have the care mistake requirement. And, well, we know to keep speed under 100. We are trying to keep weight under 15. So it'll be very easy to not fulfill any more than just one of the requirements for Unimon. I've checked Birdramon, Airdramon, Unimon, and then the last other Digimon is Carboterimon. stats, 1000 HP and MP, 100 attack and speed. We've got the HP, but we don't have any of the other stats. And keeping speed under 100 will be enough to avoid Kabuterimon as well. The care mistake requirement, maximum of 1. That means we won't fulfill the care mistake requirement for Kabuterimon. Weight requirement 25 to 35, we're nowhere near. One of the bonus conditions is a minimum of 35 techniques. We've only got the bonus condition for Kabuterimon. We definitely won't have the care mistake requirement, and we can easily avoid the stat requirement and weight requirement. Well, it's looking very positive. Unless I'm mistaken, we have 3 of the requirements for Kokotorimon, stats, care mistakes and bonus condition, and we don't have any more than 3 of the requirements for any other champion Digimon. We do have the bonus condition for every other champion Digimon, but don't have the stat requirement for any other champion Digimon. And then we don't have both the care mistake requirement and the weight requirement for any of the other champion Digimon. That means that we don't have 3 care mistake. We don't have 3 of the requirements for any of the other champion Digimon. There are some where we just have the bonus condition and therefore 1 of the requirements. There are some where we just have the bonus condition and care mistake requirement. That's 2. I don't think we are fulfilling the weight requirement for any of the Digimon, Kokotorimon included, and the fact that we don't have the stat requirement for any of the unwanted champion Digimon is enough to feel safe that we are not going to fulfill any more than 2 of the requirements for any of the unwanted Digimon. And I chose to stop training and to just rest instead, and that was to ensure that HP would be the only stat that would reach the threshold, and all the other stats would remain under the threshold, despite the fact that we probably only needed to keep speed under the threshold. But I guess I was just extra cautious, which probably wasn't necessary. Our weight is comfortably under 15. 15 to 25 is the weight requirement for Birdramon. I think all the other weight requirements are 25 to 35. So we're just waiting for that Digivolution. Is it about to happen? We have to keep waiting, unfortunately. When it says a minimum of 3 care mistakes, I assume that means that you can, in order to fulfill the requirement, you need either 3 care mistakes or any number that's above 3, and in which case if you were to have 20 care mistakes then you would still be fulfilling the requirement. Can't we digivolve any faster? I'm getting bored here. I mean, I'm really eager to digivolve, and I think that's probably making time go by more slowly. Ah! What's happening here? Are we moments away from seeing another medal? That's Kokotorimon. And that's a medal. We have 6 medals in total, and you can see all of the other info as well, which is on display. And you can see the Digimon chart, it is completely full. We have all of the champion Digimon as well as all of the other Digimon. We came very close to getting the card medal, but didn't quite manage it. The medal for all 56 techniques, all 61 Digimon, all 6 stats at the maximum, all the money, 10 years since the game began, and 100 fish being caught. I predicted that 6 medals would be the best that could possibly be managed, due to the other 9 being unavailable. Some of the medals obviously weren't going to be available, still just 1 prosperity point. Some of the medals I sort of had to play and experiment in order to realise that they weren't going to be achievable, but there came a point where it became clear that 6 medals appears to be the best case scenario, and that is what I have managed. From only having 1 prosperity point and not recruiting any Digimon other than Agumon, I have managed 6 out of 15 medals, which I think is the maximum progress that can be achieved with just 1 prosperity point. This was a very different kind of challenge, a very unique kind of challenge, I feel, and this brings us to the end. I'm glad that I gave this challenge a go and was successful with it, or at least as successful as I could have been. I thank everyone for watching. I hope you enjoyed, and if you've got any feedback, be it positive or negative, then I'd be grateful if you could comment and let me know what you thought. Until then, thank you for watching, hope you enjoyed, and hopefully I'll see you soon in whatever I do next.